Planning Sustainability CDBG hearings. Calling a meeting to order. Welcome to Development Planning Sustainability Committee members. I'm Councilman Tony Brancatelli, Chairman of the Development Planning Sustainability Committee. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Brancatelli.
Present.
Hairston.
Present.
Cleveland. Griffin.
Here.
Bashir Jones. McCormick. Slife. Councilman
Charles?
Slife.
Yep. Sorry, I thought it said it. Here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The Development Planning Sustainability Committee hearing is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws as amended by HB 404. This meeting is being held using a Zoom platform and is being live streamed on YouTube and on Cleveland's Channel 20. They're also going to be seen on Cleveland City Council website and from Council's Facebook page. In accordance with Ohio open meetings regulations as amended by HB 404, notice of this committee hearing was publicly posted. This committee hearing will be conducted as all committee hearings in accordance with the Council Roberts Rules of Order, and the chair will facilitate the meeting and call on persons to speak. If you wish to speak, please use the raise your hand option on Zoom, and please limit your comments to the matters before today's committee. As is usual practice, any actions to be voted on during this committee will be done by voice vote, called and recorded by the committee clerk as required by Rule 15. And we are picking up where we left off on yesterday's meeting with chapters 3 and 4 in our CDBG board book. We are on ordinance number 73, 2021 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by Department request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to apply for and accept grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for fiscal year 2021 under the Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 for the 2021 Federal Home Investment Partnerships Act Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, and the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Program, and authorizing contracts and other expenditures. Director, welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. We'll jump right into it. I don't have any opening remarks today. So I'm going to leave it to Commissioner Green to introduce his team so that they can start their presentation.
Great, thank you. Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This morning, we're going to speak to housing development programs and then go into the land reutilization program. And following that will be commercial revitalization that will cover the Division of Neighborhood Development Activities. For my team, we have Mike McBride joining us on the housing development side. He's the manager of the Housing Development Office, as well as Terry Robbins, who is the manager of the Land Bank Office, and Terry Sandy, who is manager of the Commercial Revitalization Area, whose principal program is storefront renovation. First up will be the Housing Trust Fund, which is on page 3-14 of your council briefing book. The Housing Trust Fund utilizes a yearly allocation of HUD home funds to administer the housing development activity in the city. So the amount allocated for funding this year is $2,998,254. And there's an additional amount of $500,000 that's available for use through program income, that's generated through program income. So the goal of the program itself and funding is to improve affordable housing opportunities in the city, to incite development activity, and to assist in making the city and our communities a place where people want to move and residents want to stay. These efforts are promoted through the development of new construction and rehab single-family homes, as well as new construction and rehab multifamily development. Also targeted within that affordable multifamily development is trying to incite mixed income and mixed use structures. So the Housing Trust Fund, as I said before, is administered by the Housing Development Office. I'm going to pass this over to Mike McBride, who will speak on that activity as well as Chodo, and then we'll come back to Model Block.
Thanks, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee. The Housing Trust Fund program, as Commissioner Green said, is funded with HUD home funds. for those of you who aren't familiar with it, basically it's a gap financing. We finance multifamily housing. We finance single family housing. Can you hear me, James?
We got you loud and clear.
Okay, good. I made and I'll make a presentation. I'll put a book out here in a second. But the program is generally, we accept applications now on a rolling basis. We used to accept them on an annual basis that was timed up with the low-income housing tax credit allocations that the state program produces. Mr. Green said is fun. And what we do is we fund parts of large projects often. We fund bigger, we fill bigger gaps on smaller projects, and we also finance development of single family rehab and some new construction. There was a discussion yesterday about a lot about AMI levels. Our program, the home program, is must fund projects that are rented to households at or below usually 60%, and then we have a 15% of our money can go for projects up to 80%. 80% AMI in the city of Cleveland it's for the area. So probably, I don't know the exact number, but I would guess that at least half of the households in the city of Cleveland are below 80% AMI. And our home funds don't restrict the entire project, but just the same proportion. Typically, if we're funding a quarter of the project, then a quarter of those units will be affordable to 80% AMI families. We deal with for-profit developers and nonprofit developers, large and small. I'll get into that in a little bit in this presentation. So I'm gonna make an effort to share this screen here. I'm not that Zoom experienced, so this might take me just a quick minute. I'm gonna press the button that says share screen and see what happens.
Do you need any more of my humor to fill time?
I think will you? I'm going to press share. Maybe, you know, your humor is always welcome. So just raise your hand. Okay, I think I'm sharing the screen. Is it up there?
Got it. We got it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to just kind of go through some of what we accomplished in the last year. And a lot of, I should say this, the projects that we do have long development cycles. So it's not like people just show up, get the funding, do the project, and they're done in a year. These things have multiple years of planning in advance, a year to get all the financing together, a year or two to complete it. And then at the back end, sometimes it takes another year to close out our grant. So these things stretch over many years.
And Commissioner, if I can step in real quick, for my colleagues and others, we do have these books as part of our Dropbox that Joe Tritron had placed in too. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It is in there, and the last page of what he sent in yesterday is an updated version of page 317 in your big budget book. So here's some projects that we started last year. On the left, Southwest Detroit Shoreway Homes. That's a 30-unit single-family new construction lease purchase project. We put $600,000 of home funds into that. There's probably on page 317 in the back, it'll have the total development cost, but there may be as much as approaching $10 million. I mean, it costs a couple $100,000 to build a house and produce it. This is Cleveland Housing, CHN Housing Partners. Most of you are probably familiar with them. They're a large, long-standing Cleveland developer of affordable housing. I think they operate at least regionally, maybe nationally now. The headquarters are in Cleveland. So this project, these houses get built on sites in Southwest Detroit Shoreway in the Cadell neighborhood. They're leased to income eligible families who are then, after a 15-year period, are eligible to purchase the houses. Same program, same type of funding. On the right, Colfax Homes. Those are being built by Colfax Road in Minnie, which is basically around 79th and Kinsman, north of Kinsman. The developer there is Burton Bell Carr. You can see our city assistance is significantly more there. This was a more difficult project. It took longer to put it together, and we size our grants based on how much money it takes to fill the gap and have the project be sustainable. So this project had a different financial profile, and we ended up putting more of our funds into it. Typically, we try to limit our funds to 600,000, but I think the cat's out of the bag that will go higher than that, and so we have higher awards. Well, as long as we have funding available to do it. We also work with Habitat a lot. These houses, here's a house built on Grandview Avenue. This is in the Buckeye Woodhill neighborhood, just west of East 110th. And I think and this street Grandview, I think, is just north of Woodland. But these are Habitat homes. I think most of you are familiar with Habitat for Humanity. They have a lot of volunteer labor, but they also have direct costs to go into producing a house. They don't, they have to hire companies to do foundation work, get sewer work, electrical work. And these 10 houses, we put 350,000 in. So that's 35,000 a house. A couple of projects that were completed. On the left, Emerald Alliance 11, that's on 3875 Pearl. That's the intersection of Denison and Pearl, or we're just after it changes from West 25th, I think. So this is permanent supportive housing. These are apartment buildings for formerly chronically homeless people who are housed in an environment where there's a good range of social service support for them living there. This is Emerald Alliance 11. This is the 11th one of these projects that have been built all around the city. We like this project for a number of reasons, one of which it's on West 25th, which has, is one of the most best transit routes in the city. So typically this family doesn't have, the families that live here, the individuals usually don't have cars, but they need to get places like everybody. And so having transit handy by is good. On the right, there's, and this one we put 1.2 million. We put more money into this. These projects are expensive. They need a lot of, they need a lot of subsidy. These are not really like self-sustaining operations, as you can imagine.
And this is a project that we had a good partnership with the Cuyahoga County Land Bank. It was the former YMCA building that was there, that the council president used to work out when he used to be in shape. And the demolition and the site clearing was done in our partnership, which brought additional resources in.
Right. And just
don't forget our role in the demolition as well.
And had a role, and he did drive the backhoe for the first hit of the bulldozer.
Okay. Yeah, something else here maybe you guys know about. The site was bigger than what was needed for this building, and our department, based on our, working with the land bank, we think about land and the value of land and the potential future value for development on our vacant land. So we worked with CHN partners to split the site so that to the left behind this building, there's another parcel of land that had it not been split in advance of this project, it would have had mortgages and restrictive covenants, and it would have been basically undevelopable for at least 30 more years. So we said, we don't, you can continue to own the land, you can have it, but let's structure this thing so that piece of land can be developed in the future without a really, really incredibly heavy lift of removing mortgages, et cetera. So,
great. Fabulous.
Yeah, I hope, who knows, someday that'll be, to be developed, especially because it's so close to this transit line. And that's part of what we do is try to identify where development can support transit can support the families in our developments.
And this is a key corridor, working with Councilwoman Santana and the Metro Hospital as anchors on both sides along 25th Street. So as Metro West Development is assembling land for redevelopment, and they were awarded the Fast 50 as an area that's emerging. So it's a key catch to be able to preserve that section of land for future development.
Right. On the right is Circle North Homes. This is in Glenville, Circle North neighborhood, which is just north of University Circle, between Superior and Ashbury, between Superior and Wade Park. So these handsome homes are also part of the lease purchase program funded with 9% low-income housing tax credits. I mean, both these projects are funded with low-income housing tax credits. They have pools. So this on the right, Circle North, is funded from the single-family pool. Then there we're working with Famico's foundation. La Via Hispana is on the left here. Another single-family project. This is over in the Clark Fulton neighborhood, the West 50s, I think, most probably where that house is. That was a LIHTC project. Another, and LIHTC is low-income housing tax credits. Generally, the lion's share of the funding on these types of projects will come from that source. And then there are layers on top of it. We're one of those layers. Prospect Yards was an interesting one. I think didn't get a lot of fanfare. This is developed by Woda Cooper. They're a for-profit affordable housing developer out of Columbus. This is a historic building right by Cleveland State, 1937 Prospect. So we don't see a lot of new affordable housing projects being developed in downtown. This is one. Layers on this included historic tax credits as well as low-income housing tax credits. And actually, they had a lot of subsidy. We put $325,000 for a big project like this, relatively smaller amount, but we size our awards based on what the project needs to work. Here's St. Joseph Commons. This is also on West 25th. This is closer to the West Side Market. Caught the bus in front of that one. This is a Pearl, another for-profit affordable housing developer in partnership with Eden and Frontline Services to provide the support, produce this building. I have a little slide here called multi-departmental efforts. This is where we work with other departments in the city to make things happen that are good. This is the Harry Davis School site. There's a housing development proposed for it you see on the site, the bottom left corner. Again, the site was much bigger than what's needed for this particular phase of the development. So we're working with working on a number of things. We're working with building and housing and the CMSD for the city to acquire the building, demolish the school that's on there, and then subdivide the site for this low-income housing rental project, and then have the balance of the site be available for future development, sort of similar to what we talked about on the old YMCA site. This is in progress now. We're working with MOCAP, working with real estate, working with building and housing, planning on this. And there'll even be sort of a privately owned public use road through the middle of this site, because this block is like a really long block that right now you can cut through the site from the school. We want to make sure that access through the neighborhood remains after the development and after the project's subdivided. Here, this slide we call our equitable development efforts. So these are two buildings, one on the southeast side on South Moreland, one on the northeast side in Glenville. Both of these projects are getting funding through our housing trust fund. They're, I guess I got the equitable word up there for a couple of reasons. Primarily the developer on the left, the Bristol Apartments, is James Sosan. He's a minority contractor and developer. This is his first foray into affordable housing in the city. The one on the right, the developer is Abigail Searles. She's a Collinwood resident, female business enterprise, and this is a kind of a relatively big project for her, and also the first time going through the city. So we're committed to support projects like this for a number of reasons. One, I mean, these buildings, you look at them, they're kind of fantastic. It would be really, for me personally and professionally, depressing if we could find enough money to tear them down, but we couldn't figure out how to support their redevelopment. So we're going to do that, and our funding here isn't that humongous. $495 for the Bristol and $300 for Switzer. Both of these are getting historic tax credits, state and federal, because they're in historic districts. I'll say that, after yesterday's conversation about how difficult it is to get through, for citizens to get through our system and navigate our programs, for a developer doing it for the very first time, it's also really difficult. But we're working with these developers to give them the experience to do it. And then after you get through it once, unlike SHAP or something, hopefully these developers will have experience and capacity, and they'll come back through more times for more projects. And we're looking for projects like this that can repurpose these beautiful historic buildings, put them back on the market, create housing units that are badly needed. Both of these buildings are completely vacant. So we're working on those. Next thing, site selection assistance. So we work with planning on this. Here's a map of a new project I think has been funded, called Larchmere Homes. Again, those single family homes. But when we're citing those and working with the developer and our planning department, we're in a neighborhood that's got a whole bunch of land bank lots. We try to figure out not which lots are the easiest ones to build a house on, because those, just you think about it, those would be further away from everybody else with no neighbors. You can pull up your bulldozers and park all over the place. But when you get done and you're going to live in the house, we're operating under the idea that families are going to be, they're going to need access to schools and jobs and shopping, not necessarily with a car. So we try to locate closer to transit. This is a great site because it's right on the Shaker line. We draw these maps. The green circles are within a quarter mile to the rapid. The red circles are within a half a mile to the rapid. And then over here on the top left is green stuff that's close to the bus. I'm not sure if that's the bus on 93rd, but in any case, we try to make sure that our sites are within those we call transit walksheds, so that the people who live in the house will have easy access to transit, and then that supports transit. More transit riders generate some fares, and it just makes the system better. So, so we take a look at that before we work closely with land bank. Terry will be talking later, and planning to make sure that our site selections make sense. And also you can see how we identify what the widths are, because different types of models of houses fit on different width lots. We kind of work all that through. ADA houses require a different footprint. It's part of our upfront work with the developers. And then this is just, these are the awards that we made in 2020 that are going through the pipeline. And I'm not going to go over every one. They're in your book looking like this. This page is revised from the one that's actually in your book. So this is a replacement page, and I apologize for that. Somehow the columns got misaligned. That's the end of my prepared remarks. Thanks.
And this does not include some also other projects that are funded off the general fund. So for instance, Trailside, which the city provides gap financing for appraisal gaps, and some other some scattered site programs as well. So the reach is much broader than just what was presented today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm talking about housing trust fund and home funds here. I should mention, I don't have prepared remarks on this, but there's in the book, it mentions CHODO. That stands for Community Housing Development Organization. And HUD has set up a rule to try to identify and support and develop capacity with nonprofit, community-based housing developers. Cleveland does a great job of supporting those types of developments. There are other cities, and someone was actually just telling me the other day that some cities, there are no nonprofit developers, there are no local developers, and there's just a national affordable housing developers really have captured the entire market. I mean, they're efficient, they serve a good purpose, but so if you look at here, where it says developer, NRP Group, they're locally based, but they're a national nonprofit. they're not a Chodo. CHN partners, they are Chodo. They're local, they're nonprofit, they got community people on their boards. They've got two projects here. Community Builders is a nonprofit national. Abigail Cyril's Fund MC, those are for-profit. Rakef Atlantis is for-profit. Levin Group is a for-profit. So in this group, CHN is a Chodo. In the groups we did last year, you saw we had Burton Belcar in there. There's a Chodo. They are a Chodo. Famicos is a Chodo. So some cities struggle to find Chodo projects. We don't. We've got plenty of them. So that is actually a good news. So that's what I have on that. Do you have other questions or comments on Housing Trust Fund?
Councilman Joe Jones, a question on the Housing Trust Fund?
I believe he's on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mike McBride, Mr. Mike McBride, I'm sorry,
Thanks.
for your presentation here today on Housing Trust Fund. One of the things that in the past I've praised your work, certainly working in a difficult system that you have and trying to get developers up to the speed to doing development is sometimes can be quite the task, especially if they're new developers and they're not sure how and what to do and how to navigate through the system. The question when you started out earlier, you talked about the total allocation of the Housing Trust Fund. Could you repeat that? Because I thought you said 9 million.
The Commissioner Green, I think, mentioned the numbers, but it's about 3.6 million a year of new funds, and then including the Chodo allocation. And then we have, a lot of this goes out as loans, and we collect money at the back end on other projects. And I think we have $500,000 of program income for that. When you add up the amount of money we have in projects allocated at any given time, it probably exceeds 9 million, but that's because it happens over multiple years.
So
And
currently,
multiple
what
years
is what is the balance in the trust fund, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, the balance, Director?
So we try to have a pipeline of projects. Mike McBride sort of showed some of the pipeline. Currently, we are, if every single project that we have sort of conditional approval on, we would expend most of our money. As Commissioner Green and Mike McBride stated, we probably have around 9 million in sort of commitments conditionally. Some of those will go through, some of those might not. It's always a floating number, so it's not, I can't tell you today we have X dollars to allocate, because that's not true. We try to have a pipeline of projects ready to go. Once they have their pro formas and financing put together, they have all their approvals. We're typically the last piece of money to go into the project. And then we essentially we close the project and start construction shortly thereafter. And
Mr. Chairman, so we really don't have a definitive answer, but do we have, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Wackers, I'm quite sure the director would have a breakdown on where that allocation of those potential funds are and a balance in that account. What is the balance in the account after those projects have been allocated to? So I presume that the presentation that you made before the council, in fact, I shouldn't presume it, so let me just ask the question. Mr. President, is the projects that we have stated here that has been presented to us from, I presume, 2021 to 2020 to 2021, are these projects already completed, or are they in the process of being completed? Have they, the ones that we have before us that have been made in the presentation, have those funds been allocated to it?
So I'll let Mike McBride respond, but I believe many of the projects he showed to you, at least in the PowerPoint, were completed projects. But the list of project commitments he listed, like just this Schweitzer building and those projects are commitments that we have made to projects that have yet to close and start construction.
Yeah, that's correct, Director, or through the chairman to the director. So page 317 lists $5.9 million of our money going into projects. None of those projects are started or even in contract yet, but they're all in various stages of pre-development and negotiating the contract. So, and if things go the way we expect and hope and plan, they will be in contract this year. Or in the next calendar year.
And Mr. Chairman, for the previous year to show what the Housing Trust Fund has been able to accomplish, do we have that information, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
We do, and we can certainly provide that. My numbers for multifamily, which these are larger scale projects, there are 3 that sort of completed last year. The unit count that I have is 49 units. I think those are the assisted units, and there's probably more units in the project. And there's a reason why we talk about assisted units. I won't go into that now. In the program year 2019, that is the most recently closed out year, we have 4 projects that were closed out under multifamily. In single family, which we do a lot more units on a project basis. Okay, so we have between contract or program year 2019 and the first half of program year 2020, we have 39 projects that were completed.
When you say 39 projects, Mr. Chairman, to the director, a little bit more clarification, is that units or is that projects and then you have to count the units in addition to those projects? How does that broken down?
Yeah, so you're right. With multifamily, when I say projects, that might be multiple units. With a single family, the 39 single family units, scanning the list, those are all strictly single family properties, so 1 unit per property. HUD has a designation that single family can include up to 4 units. But this would be, yep, go ahead, sir.
Right, just reclaiming my time real quickly. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, can we request the last 3 years of projects that the Cleveland Housing Trust Fund has been actually working on so we can have that information available? Also, Mr. President, to the director, because no one seems to know the answer, what is and what has been expenditure in the bank account of the trust fund at this point? What is the balance of that trust fund, Mr. President? To Mr. Chairman, to the director, a request of having a spend out, what has been spent out of that trust fund on what projects, as well as incoming funds, loans that you've collected off for past projects. Do you have those spreadsheets that could be made available to the council?
So the request specifically will be the last 3 years of expend for projects completed, and for the balance of what we have on hand today, and including projects that are in a pipeline that we have funds reserved for. As you stated, we have a number of projects in the pipeline with funds reserved, but they're not spent down yet, but they're reserved for the project. So we'll get that to you, Councilman.
Right. And then just for clarification to Mr. McBride, as well as director, these projects that we see right here in front of us right now, none of these projects have been started to the best of your knowledge at this moment?
That's correct. Through the chair to the councilman, they haven't been started. They're certainly not in contract with us. Some of them may have done some preliminary work after the environmental review is complete, but they're not.
So no development has moved forward at this point.
Well, on that list,
on this particular list that you've shown us, and I have a reason why I'm asking that question.
Yes.
So unless the director wants to shine some more light on it.
let me look
So
at
the
that list.
purpose of the list is to show our pipeline, what we have and what you can expect in the next program year. So we have a healthy pipeline of units and projects spread out across the city. So I think that's the purpose of the list. But we have completed a number of projects over the past 3 years, and we can definitely provide that to you. And the nature, I try to make a distinction between what our commitments are versus our balance, because you might see a $9 million balance, but that means most of that has been committed for various projects. And this new money, this new $3+ million, will obviously go to more projects as they come in. We have an open application process, so we are always reviewing and underwriting new projects throughout the year. So,
and for clarification, Mr. Chairman, to the director, excuse me, it's not just only in your sheet to show the balance, but if that balance is already encumbered. So if you already have it encumbered, then showing where that money is encumbered at is important. And
Yep, that's the request.
Right. And so then with on your projects that you have already in place, the question I would have right now, developer Burton Bell Carr, on your first page, have they started developing any of those houses right now on Kinsman Avenue?
Through the chairman to the councilman, yes, those are under construction right now. That and that first page of my document, has that picture of that house. Those are being built as we speak from prior year budget allocation. So that's just
so
like
it's
an
not
example
just in
of
the pipeline, it's actually being built now. That was the reason why I asked the specific question, are we building some of these projects out now? And the answer was no, that was in the pipeline. Is there any other projects that are on this presentation that's being built out now, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
we have a number of projects that are under construction, and
Okay.
clarify that for you.
Okay. And so then can you tell me which ones those are so we can take a look at those from our development corporation's perspective?
Sure. Yeah. McBride, do you have those off the top of your head, or should we give them a list?
I can check them off on the presentation you've just given us.
Sure. Through the chairman to the councilman. On the presentation I just gave you, all the pictures and examples are things that are done or completed. And that was just to give you a flavor of what we're accomplishing. And then the last page has the list of things that are in the pipeline that haven't started. And when you get the list of the 3 years worth of projects, that'll be more comprehensive. What you're looking at here in this in the presentation was just like an example, because we figured the pictures and the examples would be more enlightening than just a long list with a bunch of names and numbers and addresses. But you'll get that list. As far as Burton Bell Carr goes, there are other projects that they've done. Off the top of my head, there's a East Cedar Apartments at 7209. Cedar was a vacant apartment building that we funded. But there are dozens, and the numbers come from a bunch of single family homes to a few rehab departments and new apartment buildings.
All right, so quickly, these properties that we have, my time is limited. These properties that we have right now and currently in front of us are for low mod families, and what is the income requirement if a family wants to move into these homes or these units?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, the top limit is 80% AMI for the home funded units, and I'll show you the limits if I can pull this off. And so if our home funds are funding a quarter of the project, a quarter of them have to meet our guidelines. We typically have 60% or 80%. If it's a low-income housing tax credit project, there'll be other restrictions on other units, but basically, let's just say they're 60%. I put up here, and this is just right off of the internet, what the income, what do those numbers really mean? 2020 adjusted home income. Here's our Cleveland MSA. So depends on the size of the family, 1 person, 2 person, 3 person. Let's look at a 3-person household. 30%, very low income, $20,000 annual year. That's still, you can kind of live on that if you're frugal, I suppose. 60% limit, it's $41,000 annual. Low income, there's your 80%, $54,750. So
Right.
as I said earlier, you know, a significant chunk of households in our city are below this. And this 80% thing, I think that is, I think the median income in the city limits is more like 30. And I don't know what household size is, but anyway, that's the long answer to your question. What are the income limits?
Right.
They're right around here.
And then, you know, first of all, I just want to say that you do a great job with those resources that we have. We're trying to get these projects up and moving. And so, Mr. Chairman, in the case like this, Mr. McBride, my neighborhood is considered a middle income neighborhood. How would such a project like this really work for me, given the fact that we've seen very little to no development in middle income neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland?
Well, through the chairman of the councilman, the potential way for it to work is that the middle income, well, one way, and there's many ways. I'll tell you one would be to produce some aging, some senior housing developments that are that will house seniors after they're no longer willing or able or can no longer afford to maintain a single family housing that's typical in your ward. You look at the income limits that I had put up there before. A single family, a one person household at 80% AMI is $42,600 a year. I'm thinking, you know, you got to make less than that. My guess is that I don't know this from actual research, but that there'll be more than enough seniors in your neighborhood that live their lives there and want to stay there, who don't make more than $42,600 a year on their pensions. I mean, there's an asset test too, but it doesn't really add a lot to your stuff. So, I mean, that seems like it could be affordable. It seems like that would be one way that it could fit in there. The other thing would be to just, you know, think of the range of people in your neighborhood. You know, something like a Habitat house or a single family house for a family of 3 making $54,000. I don't think they'd be, you know, my guess is that there are families that fit that profile in your neighborhood that could benefit from this.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And if you need additional information, we can certainly schedule a hearing during one of the DPS meetings to get more elaboration on these programs. But
and then
for the budget,
I have one last question, Mr. President. Well, suggestion, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, is you know, when I look at this program, it has been really an impactful program, and I think it's a budget of about $5 million each year. Why can't we do that for market rate? Put together some kind of project or housing system for market rate, set aside and allocate $5 or $6 million to spur housing developments in middle income neighborhoods. And that's a suggestion that certainly needs to be taken a look at. It's a nominal amount of money in the bigger spring of things in terms of how we could generate and stimulate housing development all over the city of Cleveland. So it's a suggestion to this. And I didn't know, Mr. Mike McBride, if you had some maybe thoughts about that.
So we have coming up model blocks in middle neighborhoods, and they can talk about how we're trying to fill that need within those kind of program guidelines.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you. No further questions on Housing Trust Fund. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next segment.
I don't know, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the intro on this model blocks?
Yeah. And so I'll give sort of a brief intro to model blocks. This actually is part of the Housing Development Office as well. And so I actually wanted to roll it up into this presentation. Middle neighborhoods will more address the councilman's questions and some concerns around that, but I do want to say as we start this, one of the things about the AMI is that it is, I don't want to say generous to Cleveland, but it does help in the sense that the area-wide median income is based on an extent of geography from Mentor to Elyria. So it takes in the larger MSA and not just incomes that are associated to the city itself. So that helps with some of the lower incomes that are in the city to be able to move into these homes. But the model block program, to start that out, is a program that the department has been trying to get kickstarted for a number of years. It's a program we've had around, and we've worked with CDCs in those early iterations. The program starting out had roughly about 27 model blocks. It went down to 18 and then down to about 8 model blocks. Starting out in the beginning with those 27 model blocks, that was when I first started at the city. I think we had about 33, maybe 35 CDCs. So we are substantially down through some of the closures and mergers of the CDC community. We have, it's been a program we've been trying to get really going. It hasn't worked as well as we wanted to. So what we did in the fall was bring on a staff person who's dedicated to this activity. Tony Bango is someone who's been in the CDC world. Councilwoman Spencer, I'm sure knows him well. He has worked at Detroit Shoreway and the Metro West offices, and he has an understanding of the CDC world and how and the shortcomings of the program and how we can better make it work. So he's been working internally with the Housing Development Office to try to develop it in a better way and reintroduce it into the CDC world, because the CDCs are strong partners in making this activity occur. The allocation for the program itself is showing $0, but that's because we have prior year balances that can go into the program as we move that program forward. As I said before, the program will work with CDCs to designate a street or multiple streets as a model block to administer CD programs to improve the conditions of the model block. The program rests in HDO, and I will pass it on to Mike to see if he wants to add some other things to this.
Through the chairman, just Commissioner, thanks for that. That intro. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add other than the project, the model blocks project includes money for exterior repair, sort of curb appeal type work. There was a lot of mention yesterday about porches and, you know, things that, you know, deferred maintenance that end up just making an individual house look bad. Kind of has a spillover effect on the balance of the houses around there. How, you know, code enforcement is sort of a, you know, the stick approach to getting those repairs made. This is a potential carrot approach, but focused in certain areas where it can have like a spillover effect. We're going to work with the Healthy Homes Initiative that we talked about, now I can't remember the name of the initiative, but related to healthy homes. Work with CDCs to try to get this out there in targeted areas and be part of the menu of things that people can access to be able to address the needs on their house in a targeted area. It also has a component though, where if there's a vacant house or a house that needs to be purchased, stabilized, and then figured out how to like move into another program for full rehab, there are some resources in our model blocks program to address that as well. And as Commissioner Green said, it's just right now we're trying to get it back up and running, and we hope that if we have a lot of good collaboration with other parts of our department and CDCs, that'll be successful.
Any questions on the model blocks? Great. We'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I looking at the model blocks, because we talked about this. You, Mr. Chairman, to the director, you talked about the zero allocation here, and you were talking about moving money into this, or that you have money on the books, but it's just not showing here. What is that balance for the model blocks?
Yeah, sorry. Through the chair to the councilman, we do have prior year balances, and we are working through what is available. Currently, the balance that's sort of unencumbered or unobligated to other initiatives is around 7 million, and we can provide that to the council.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to the director, like this would be something that, since the 7 million is unencumbered, this could actually go to any neighborhood, whatever local development corporation decides to participate in the program, and these funds will be allocated for an example of making a block of houses or a street look really nice, and calling it a model. It's sort of like a throwback to when Mike White was the mayor of the city of Cleveland. He was building homes in all of the city. Is that what this is sort of like, or sort of what we want to try to get back to?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. Yes, I think that's the short answer would be yes. The reason why there's a zero allocation is we need to first get sort of a pipeline of projects together, maybe even just one. And then we can look at what the actual project will need in terms of resources. And then we will do out those resources once those are clarified. I don't want to put an arbitrary number there and have money that's either insufficient or sitting idly while we're getting a pipeline put together.
So where does this money come from, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
So it's a number of factors. Part of it has to do with how HUD requires us to manage our accounts. There's a rule called first in, first out, which has to deal with program income and how we expend what money and what pools. What results as a result of that is we tend to have a balance generated because of how our program income comes into our system, and that needs to be allocated as we go on. And when we have available projects that need sort of more funding, such as the SHAP or RA or something, we often look to see that is there a free balance as a result of this first in, first out rule, and we tap those resources as a result. And that is flexibility that we currently have written into the legislation, because we know that as our programs perform and might need more resources, we don't want to hinder them unnecessarily.
But how would I be able to work with you at my local development corporation to get a project moving in our community, looking at one of our streets to do that?
Certainly.
And our local development people are watching now live as we speak. And so how would they go through that process to do this? And is this also working on the same guidelines that Mr. McBride talked about earlier in terms of income?
It's a little different in that, Mike McBride has talked about home funding, and this comes out of CDBG funding. But the idea is basically the same, and the limits is 80%. But I would suggest that you work with Mike McBride's team. He has a staff person that we brought on specifically to reinvigorate this program, and we can see what type of projects might be feasible.
And Mr. Chairman, to Mr. McBride, can you, Mr. Mike McBride, could you take my phone number down so that you could get in contact with me, so that we can set up a time where we can talk about this with our local development corporation? We are a middle income neighborhood, and we certainly need to spur economic development in our area and start building new homes. My cell phone number where I can be reached is 216-355-0017.
Got it.
All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, looking at this program, I didn't see anything in terms of, and maybe there is, but I didn't see anything in terms of a development project along with the stabilization of the streets, meaning that you have a local developer that would also be building new homes at vacant site locations, whatever blocks are chosen. We may have maybe 6 or 7 locations on that block that needs to be new home development. Would that also be a part of this project too?
Whenever we look to do projects that assessment is done. Frequently we have single family developments on projects or on streets. And one of the first things developers ask is, if they notice a blighted building, they ask, could the city use demolition funds to demo that? Because it's really going to affect the marketability of the street or this project unless that blight is addressed. So those are factors that we look at where there's opportunities to leverage or build off of one program and to leverage another program. We definitely work to do that.
And is there any flexibility, Mr. Chairman, to the director to add other funds that may not be so encumbered by federal guidelines?
So I mean, the short answer is I'm restricted by what my budget has, so I can't speak for what other funds exist in the city.
No, I guess the question would be, Mr. Chairman, to the director. I understand the resources you have, sort of like on the same line of questioning as yesterday, thinking outside the box. How do we make our city great? How do we begin the process to redevelop in areas that have not seen the kind of developments in 15 years? So the question would be, can we, we're using this pot of resources here. Can we also work with being able to get unencumbered monies from the general fund to be able to parlay and being able to assist and create a toolbox of incentives for new development?
So through the chair to the councilman, this is a great conversation to have. There are definitely ideas. I want to put those ideas into the discussions where they probably most appropriately fit, and that would be in the next section, middle neighborhoods, as well as our discussion with our banking relations manager later in the agenda. I think those are the areas where these ideas really could be addressed because that's what they'll be successful.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions. I appreciate the director and Mr. McBride. I do have a point of clarification. Are we going to cover the single family gap financing portion located on 318, 319?
To the chairman, to the councilman through the chair, that really is a subset of the Housing Trust Fund. So I didn't go into that in detail, but when I talked before about Habitat for Humanity's houses, it's just the Housing Trust Fund is just broken up into the multifamily and the single family gap. So I feel like we've already covered.
And some of the display that you had showed some of one of the Habitat houses.
Yeah, I was looking at this because the single gap financing that we have here, it didn't talk about, it shows projects in 13, wards 12, 6, a number of projects on Holder Avenue. And I didn't know how we might be able to access those funds, because I see that some neighborhoods have really done a great job in terms of being able to get this financing. And if you could just explain a little bit about that and how our community could be able to access those funds.
So I think as the director mentioned earlier, the good news is that these are rolling now. There's no deadline on applying for resources. So if you have a developer that is interested in doing a program, they can go ahead and apply for a particular project. So it's a rolling application at this point. Any other questions, Councilman?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next section, Director.
Yeah, so I believe we're on middle neighborhoods.
So we're on the next section where the city stole employees from the nonprofit.
Yes, so I want to get, we have a foundation funded position to look at middle neighborhoods in the department. That person is who's handling that is Jason Powers. He has done a lot of research and work, table setting for this initiative. I don't want to steal his thunder, but I think he'll go through a presentation to bring you up to speed on middle neighborhoods. But we are still at the point where we're still formulating what the city's policies and tools are, and he can go into what that might look like. And just so there's a briefing, but there'll be more to come, I think, in future months on this initiative. So Jason, why don't you take it? Do you have sharing privileges?
I do now, yes. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. And let me go ahead and make that full screen for you all. All right. So the Middle Neighborhoods work that began about 2 years ago is part of sort of a national initiative that Cleveland hosted 2.5 years ago, a summit where we brought people in from all over the country to talk about these places that are sort of in the middle. And the question that I first got when I walked in City Hall was, where are they? What's the middle? So we've really done a lot of work on answering that question. And to begin with, I want to make it clear that the answer is different really throughout the country, right? So there's a Middle Neighborhoods project going on in Seattle. There's one in Chicago. There's one in Baltimore. And so the issues that these different cities are addressing for their middle are various. And it really speaks to the challenge that came up a lot yesterday, which is that between the impoverished neighborhoods that are at the lowest, where we do have certain tools to work, and then the neighborhoods that are growing, seeing private investment take off, there may be certain policies that we want to look at for those areas. But there's a really wide area right in the middle. They form most of the tax base of the city, most of the population, school-age children, et cetera. And cities across the country are pooling their conversations around how do we address the needs of these places. And so it's a pretty large task because there are so many different ways one can go about fixing these problems that we're seeing. And today we'll talk about two things. One is some of the areas we focus on how to address those challenges. And then secondly, where we see these areas that we can most quickly start to work in and stop decline. So academics sort of set the bar at, it's not places where they're thriving economies, nor are they places in the deepest distress, which again gives us that broad area in between. And the way I like to think of it is that you think of your neighborhoods. These neighborhoods in Cleveland are enormous. The city of Baltimore is 600,000 people, so it's about 50% larger, and yet they have 277 SPAs in their planning department, 277 to our roughly 39. And so because of that, when we talk about neighborhoods like Collinwood, Lee Harvard, Old Brooklyn, we really are talking about a lot of micro markets. I mean, you know this because when you walk block by block, you see the change and the difference. And those changes occur sometimes simply because of a couple of homes transferring, a couple of people moving away or passing on, and estates changing. And so what we needed to do was look well beyond the neighborhood boundaries and find places in the city of Cleveland where we could start this work. Appraisal gaps on this slide, just to quickly touch on, that's really the biggest problem we're starting with. If I wanted to call the Middle Neighborhoods Initiative something more specific, I'd call it the GAP Initiative. How do we focus on the areas where there's gaps between the real values of these strong communities and the perceived value based on any number of things? And so we started with looking at a regional picture of the housing market, because again, Northeast Ohio is a place of choice. If you're in that working class or middle class income bracket, you can afford to choose between any number of municipalities throughout the region. And that's a challenge for the city of Cleveland because we don't have a lot of places that can directly compete with those first suburbs and places outside. And so what we did was we did a county-wide analysis. And then we talked to economists and we started to understand that right around $100 per square foot, if you put everything on a square foot metric, right around 100 to 125 a square foot is typically where a home retains value. And what that means is when you go to do construction on a home, the construction costs, we know whether you're doing them in near West Side neighborhoods or you're doing them in Mount Pleasant or in Jefferson, or you're doing them in Solon or Strongsville. The construction costs are roughly the same. A toilet costs what a toilet costs wherever you're buying it in the region. And yet we also know that the investment returns different amounts depending on the area you're working in. And so around that $100 or so per square foot threshold roughly is where an investment into a property retains its value, or above it is where there'll be a multiplier and people can make profits or equity investments. And below it is that threshold where all of a sudden the community doesn't see a return on their own investments into the home. And you can see here, if we remove the suburbs from this graph, on a neighborhood level, we only really have one market that falls close to the stability area. But as I mentioned before, these markets are large. West Park is enormous. And so within West Park are many markets that are below this threshold. So Cleveland really is a majority non-middle neighborhood stable place. The other thing I like to bring up in this particular slide is that not everyone understands the stock market and equities and how those things operate, but most, the everyman stock market is the housing market, right? Everyone really does pay attention to the house down the street when it goes up for sale to see what it goes for. People in the spring notice when there's dumpsters in driveways and there's roofs being torn off. People do understand the value of their community and they see it either declining or stagnating, or they see investment happening. And that's the difference between communities where renters or current homeowners invest by staying in their homes and building on, or move out. And the critical key to this work is finding places where we can move that inch into stability. And again, because our resources are so scarce and a lot of the tools we have don't work here, we needed to go beyond the toolkit that we had to work with. Just a little bit of quick history. Again, this middle class issue has, for the previous century, from 1953 to 2000, middle class ownership was in this range. So these markets I'm describing that exist in the first suburbs and in a few places in Cleveland really are the true opportunity to buy a safe and affordable house for a family and either stay and invest in it, or buy a larger property and move forward after your first home buying experience. In the 2000s, of course, there was a bubble. And then the last 5 or so years, we've actually seen home prices appreciate to levels that are actually comparable to the 2007 levels. And that's a national policy issue. But the issue locally is not that dire. In fact, if you look at this chart, you can see even the high appreciable Cleveland suburbs are still considerably more affordable than our national housing market. And so that's a good thing for attracting people to the region. It's a challenge for the city of Cleveland competing with those first suburbs. And so to illustrate that point, we've got a 2019 example. We actually were able to look through real estate transactions and find some real examples. So take a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home in sort of a middle market of ours, Bel Air Puritas, and compare it just across the highway to a Lakewood home. So these homes are very close by. And if you just were to value the bricks and sticks, you would see that the homes are in a vacuum the same, right? They're worth the same. But when you place them in parts of our geography, people appreciate the value of a neighborhood, of walkability, of school systems, of safety, and there's a value add there. And so if those homes both undergo, say, a $55,000 investment, which is a modest rehab renovation, takes care of most of the things that make it, again, a healthy, quality home. When you go to sell that home or to have it appraised, if you're looking to use equity to invest in your own home and stay, markets like a Lakewood or many others in our region, you turn a profit. And so whether you're a for-profit developer, that's an incentive to move into the market and modernize the housing stock. Or if you're just a homeowner and you want to stay, but you'd like to add a bathroom on the first floor, or you'd like to expand the house for a growing family, you're not going to do this if, again, your neighbors' homes are not appreciating in value along with you. And that's where we start to see markets stagnate. They sort of hit a ceiling and they start to dwindle. And I'd like to be clear, if you look at some of your housing markets in your ward, some places that are in this middle are seeing home values go up, but they're not if you make them in comparison with the first suburbs and the areas around them. And with inflation, they actually don't keep up. And so this gap challenge has already started to be something we've addressed. So it just came up as a question, and I'll speak to it a little bit here. We can get into it during the question section. The city of Cleveland did start last year really working to address the construction gap through a pilot program, allowing for new construction and for single family remodels, rehabs to be subsidized. And I've worked closely with a handful of CDCs to work on that pipeline. It is difficult because developers have choice too. And the number of single family developers out there that are looking at Cleveland projects and also projects throughout the region, they have options. And so this subsidy makes it palatable, and the ability for HDO to be able to do intake and work with developers has really improved and shown that Cleveland is here to work with them. But it is handholding, and it does take a lot more work than when the market works on its own. The County Land Bank, CCLRC, has another program that's just for new construction, and it's regional, but it is also a targeted program in sort of these middle markets that they're looking to do work on. I can say just yesterday, I got a call from a CDC saying that they had the first new construction on a street in 60 years due to this County Land Bank gap financing program. And it's very exciting because, again, one of the challenges is values. The other is modernization. Families are looking for certain things in their homes. And if a market doesn't have it, then they're just going to move on, even if they want to be in these communities. So we talked about CDBG quite a bit, of course. Yesterday, we addressed the issue of where income limits sort of peak. Something about Cleveland's middle neighborhoods, and I think Commissioner Green mentioned it a moment ago, is that they're really mixed income communities. There are low income. Some of the census tracts we look at have poverty rates as high as 15 or 16%. And so there are tools within our CDBG toolkit that we can bring to bear in these markets. I work closely with the new model block program director who is interested in finding ways that some of the pilot approaches could be in middle neighborhoods so we can sort of double down. Again, when you have limited resources, what the goal of this idea is to find strategic places, invest in a concentrated method, and then once the market has really stabilized, move on. Allow Cleveland to have communities that can really hit these needs. And so something that we don't have in our market that we've really been looking deeply into. Last year, we held a summit virtually with over 200 guests. This was banks from all over our region, foundations, developers, council members, and we were able to work with a group out of Baltimore called the Healthy Neighborhoods Incorporated, and they run a loan program. And so there's an FHA 203K loan many of you are familiar with. There's a Fannie Mae home style. These are loans that allow a purchase and an acquisition and a rehab of a property by the home buyer. And so unlike the construction gap subsidy program at the city, which is for developers, this allows the average family to consider buying a home in one of our markets and immediately overinvest in it. That overinvestment part at a modest level allows the home to be immediately modernized. It gets the home buyer what they need, and it starts to raise comps and show investment and create confidence in that market. So this program out of Baltimore started in 2003, and it really hit the nail on the head. And the way that they were able to show success to their financial partners to make this private-public partnership work was that they created a product that was streamlined. So there was no PMI, there were no extra hurdles or fees for their borrowers, which made it useful for the home buyer. They used a nonprofit model to do all of the work. So from the moment that the home buyer says, I'm interested in purchasing a home and is speaking with a realtor, all the way until the key goes through that front door, they had someone to work with them on technical assistance, protect the home buyer, and walk them through, which was very invaluable. But then the most important piece that got the banks on board was this geographic focus. The city of Baltimore is enormous. The city of Cleveland also incredibly large. And if we were to talk in zip codes or census tracts or even neighborhoods, we're going to get too wide. And we need to prove to the private sector that there is a reason, there is a thesis for investment in Cleveland. And the way we do that is by starting the program on the right footing and investing in these places. And so in order to find those places, we came up with something called the Neighborhood Development Index. The NDI is a project that we worked with Case Western Reserve University on. And it's basically the equivalent of going to the doctor and saying your shoulder hurts. There's only one data point there. But if they do an MRI and they do a full scan of it, they can see a completely three-dimensional picture of what's going on. And we needed something like this for our city. The way it works is that it takes over 140 variables. These indicators in front of you are sort of the top line data pieces. So it's not just how much a home is worth or what the income levels are. It's not just proximity to transit or commercial properties, retail along a main street, or public investment. It's all of these things. The computer then assigns a score to. And so the block groups become cohorts, and it lets us look at the city from the lens of what is a place most similar to, even if it might be on the east side and the west side, or a suburb and within the city. We know that there are places that are similar all over our region. We wanted to be able to see it that way. And a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what the county looks like from that typology. So what you see here is a series of cohorts, A through I, and what it gives you is the best way to describe it is all the areas that are purple or pink or a light green are similar to each other. They're in a cohort together. And the city boundaries being placed in there gives you a sense of sort of the city of Cleveland actually having a pretty diverse series of markets within our boundaries. So from this, we can look at the middle markets. We identified 3 different categories of middle. There's the edge middle, which is sort of, if you think of it as communities that are really teetering, right? These are places where if a couple of things go against it, we're going to see further decline. I would argue that what we've seen with COVID and the challenges for both small business landlords and for tenants could be one of those tipping points to the negative. If, however, we can find some mild and modest supports, we can tip them further into stability, and they can become communities that really can thrive in that middle class income area. So if you look at these edge markets, excuse me, if you look at these edge markets here, what you'll see is that they're sort of scattered throughout our county. West Park and Old Brooklyn have a few of them, and the rest are in the first suburbs. The statistics of these areas are $108 a square foot is the median. So again, a range. I would point out that Cleveland's versions of these are on the lower end of that median range, but it is in that healthy part, very low foreclosure rate. And one of the hallmarks of these areas is a high owner occupancy rate, really a lot of longevity in homeowners. Showing just the Cleveland middle market, so you again get the picture. We don't have a lot of these really edge places. So we move on to the next cohort, which is sort of really the target. So these declining middle markets are ones that are probably 5 or 10 years behind that edge category. They've already seen some of those circumstances occur that have pulled down the market. If you look here now, we've got Collinwood and Bel Air Puritas and Lee Harvard added to the bunch. If you're trying to find a sort of a comparable, you can say Parma, Maple Heights, Cleveland Heights, these areas. And the statistics prove out. So $78 a square foot, what's important about that is at $20 a square foot deficit and about a 1,500 square foot average home, a bungalow or a colonial, you're looking at about a $25,000, $30,000 investment deficit. That happens to be exactly what our construction gap program is targeting. And so it proves out that the data shows this is an approachable thing. For a modest investment beyond the current value, we can get these markets stabilized. So there's really proof that this is something that can work. And when we've brought this to our partners, whether it's foundations or financial partners, they've really sat up at that statistic that this is an area that's being underinvested and should be. The third cohort is our weak middle markets. These are 15 to 20 years behind the edge category in terms of years of divestment occurring. And again, we're still in Bel Air, Puritas, and Old Brooklyn, Lee Harvard, and Collinwood. And that first suburbs category of places like Maple Heights and Warrensville Heights and South Euclid really start to show. Something I would point out here that's critical from an equity lens is you'll notice these are areas that tend to be the Black middle class communities on the east side of Cleveland that are really highlighted here. And if you look at the numbers, $65 a square foot median versus $78, I would consider that to basically be the race tax, right? We have a history of racist practices in our housing markets we're well aware of, and they come all the way to today where we still see appraisal bias. And so that $12, $13 a square foot difference, or about $15,000, is about the same difference as a home comparable in a Black or a white home in the city of Cleveland. And so I would argue that the weak middle and the declining middle are almost the same cohort. They're all still part of the same target zone that we want to be addressing in the program. So with that, we were able to identify a lot of portions of the city of Cleveland that really fit this middle neighborhoods sort of group. And just to show you, if you want to get a sense of what's going on in our region historically, you can see it really is a migration story. The representatives, the council members from these areas would know these are areas where people simply are looking to move instead of rent, or if they're looking for a long-term home, sometimes just across the border to these first suburbs. And so in order to get the banks on board, in order to get this to move forward, we need to go deeper than just that neighborhood level, like I mentioned. So we did a street-by-street analysis. You can see here, this is 2014 to 2019 data, sort of a heat map. And where you see the clusters of orange is really that target area. Orange to green is where we go from weak to stable middle. And when we layer on the middle neighborhoods, you can get a better sense of how our city looks like on the west side. And here is the full typology just to give the whole picture. Over on the east side, similar situation. If you look around University Circle and around the clinic, you'll see some of the more expensive homes. And then if you look in North Collinwood and Euclid Green, Lee Harvard and parts of the Larchmere Shaker area is where you see that orange to green area. And sure enough, those are where the typology is showing us opportunities for middle investment. So from there, we wanted to be able to get very specific blocks. The way it works in Baltimore is that they actually presented explicit parcels, a couple of thousand homes citywide. That would be the starting point. So while these are not necessarily things we've codified, this is a proposed or suggested target concept. I wanted to show you how we did this work. We met with the CDCs in different areas and had conversations to go from data and mapping to walking the streets. So for example, if you look here, again, the neighborhood is enormous. There's a lot of different housing markets within the neighborhood. And when you get down to it, neighborhood values, in this case, 72 for a median, pick out one block group and you'll see it's 87 for the median, 75% for owner occupy. That's critical because when we can get closer to that close edge middle is where we want to do the overinvestment, where we want to help homeowners buy and invest. And there's two reasons for this. We need the program to be successful, but we need the homeowner to be successful, right? We need these loans to not be overinvesting in markets that aren't going to appreciate along with them. And so through a conversation with the CDC and our own staff walking these areas, we can find where this transition from stable to edge is occurring. And that really gives us a very small targeted area for the approach. If you look here, we're looking at just under 1,000 residential parcels that we can use as a pilot program target area. Within it, we in City Hall have now had conversations with planning and with economic development to talk about how we can go further. So things like the storefront renovation program or economic development. Within the old Brooklyn neighborhood, and I used to work at the CDC, so I know it pretty well personally, there are thousands of commercial properties and I think 11 miles, linear miles of commercial corridor. And when we get a call from a small business or an entrepreneur who's looking to set up a business and to succeed, we know that success for these corridors can't happen by spreading them. And so we really want to find ways to create toeholds for economic development. We can go further with this tool and I won't show it today, but asset mapping is critical, right? We know that schools, we want to find ways to promote them within our communities. Knowing what's in there, knowing what parks are in these places is all about how we sell these communities. And so to wrap it up, you can see here in the land bank properties, again, all of the different ways, it's about this targeted approach. When you walk the street, you can see from west to east right here that weak to stable middle market occurring, and that's 1,000 feet or so. A talented pitcher could throw a baseball from one side to the other of this particular target zone. And that's how small we want to get for phase one. I'll quickly walk you through another neighborhood, Collinwood, here again, different typologies.
Jason, real quick, just so we can, sorry. Why don't you go to intervention strategies? So I know we're sort of tight on time.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank
Chair,
you.
can we ask questions? I mean, it's a lot of information. Are we able to ask questions in the middle?
This is the last slide.
I would like to hear the whole thing before he goes in, if that's okay with my colleague. I like to hear the whole presentation. I don't want him to make his presentation short.
So yeah, we did have a presentation for middle neighborhoods previously. At one of our
doing it now, and so this is a part of the presentation on Black Grant Hearings. I wouldn't like to see it cut short.
Jason, yeah, I can go by and flip through those slides pretty quickly. Thank you.
Chair, can you hear me?
Chair, thank you. To wrap up, I wanted to show just a different target zone to show that we can do this everywhere. Again, you can see the housing values here, and you can see where that transition to under 80,000 small mortgages or cash buys are happening. Again, the capacity of this tool to look at commercial properties and get a sense is really why this is important. We can do this everywhere. We have done this everywhere. This is just some top line statistics to tell you about the citywide component. We talked about income levels, 35,000 to 44,000. These are low working class and middle class incomes by far, and pretty reasonable owner occupied percentages and reasonable home values. And so I will leave the slide here of our intervention strategies for these different areas so we can ask some questions and talk about them. And there's the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So can you quickly talk about the budget for this program?
To the chair, so at the moment, we are fully funded with a foundation grant for Jason's work. Right now, he is doing the research and the table setting so that we can work to developing a more program for the city of Cleveland. And we are working, he is actively pursuing other resources in order to pursue that and to look at what department programs could sort of work in these middle neighborhoods to address those gap issues that he raised. So currently there's no budget per se, but I want to sort of leave this note for the council on why we present this, and that it really is in the spirit of these federal funds, that they are not standalone initiatives, but they are part of a broader ecosystem of assistance that is trying to address community-wide programs. So even though CDBG may not be specifically eligible, the idea is that CDBG is working in concert with other initiatives such as middle neighborhoods, and we present that so you can see that we are looking at the big picture and not trying to restrict your view of what we do just solely to our CDBG, home, ESG, or HOPA resources.
I have Councilman Polensek and Councilman Joe Jones.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We got you loud and clear, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the presentation, and I certainly appreciate the work that Jason has done, and to the director as well. Here's the challenge. When I'll give a historical perspective. When I came into City Council, Lee Harvard was one of the finest neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland, Mount Pleasant, North Shore, Collinwood, Old Brooklyn. I could give you a shaker. I could what we would refer to as the edge neighborhoods. I guess the edge neighborhoods have become the quote unquote middle neighborhoods now. And there was a group of us that went through a program at Cleveland State, Urban Studies program. It was myself, Jimmy Rakakis, Fannie Lewis, Mike White, Ray Pianca. There was a whole group of us that wound up ultimately in City Council. And we talked then about this whole concept of edge neighborhoods, now middle neighborhoods, and this whole triage principle that somehow we were being left to fend for ourselves. Sections of Glenville, same category. And that the concentration of the city was supposedly, allegedly, to go after the worst of the worst neighborhoods and focus the greatest amount of resources. Our argument was that if you don't focus on the edge neighborhoods, now the middle neighborhoods, sooner or later, as Fannie said so eloquently one day in City Council, what she's dealing with today, we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. And she was absolutely correct. And so we find ourselves today where our middle neighborhoods are under great pressure, great distress, and we're being inundated, like I'm witnessing myself, with LLCs, absentee landlords, who are buying up properties like there's no tomorrow. We have an ongoing issue, as many of my colleagues know, with code enforcement in our neighborhoods, where people are really demanding and clamoring for the code enforcement because of this onslaught of absentee owners. Then all the other economic pressures, loss of jobs, manufacturers moving out. Collinwood lost most of its major manufacturers in Collinwood, Glenville community. And then all the other issues. And then you add the meltdown that we experienced, economic meltdown, and now COVID-19. So many of our once stablest neighborhoods are under great distress and great pressure. And here's been the challenge historically, is that the city has never had a game plan to deal with those neighborhoods, especially racially diverse neighborhoods, have not had a game plan. So where people want to live in racially diverse or integrated neighborhoods, there's been nothing to really support them or to, advocate for them or to cultivate those neighborhoods. And that's one of the reasons in the 80s that Jeff Johnson, former councilman, and myself pushed so hard for fair housing law, because we could see, besides all the other pressures, what was happening in ethnically and racially diverse neighborhoods. They were being pillaged by speculators, by race baiters, by people who were involved in blockbusting, racial steering, the whole thing. And we worked our tails off to get a fair housing ordinance passed. Believe it or not, we had a devil of a time getting a fair housing ordinance passed in the 80s. And fortunately, we were able to get one passed. But so I certainly appreciate, to all my colleagues and to the administration, I appreciate the work that's been done, because this was probably has been the most in-depth review that I have seen in my time in council as it pertains to the middle neighborhoods, the edge neighborhoods. But what's the game plan? There's no money. There's no money. We can no longer fend for ourselves. We need help. I mean, I came into city council, Lee Harvard was like suburbia. Mount Pleasant, North Shore, well, now it's North Shore Collinwood. I mean, Old Brooklyn. I mean, I could go tell you what I saw, what I experienced in my 4 consecutive decades here in city council, is that some of the best neighborhoods in this city were let to disintegrate because the city lacked a game plan, lacked concern somehow that we could fend for ourselves, that we were the walking wounded and we needed just a little bit of help. We had to focus on the roughest and the most severe neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland. As a result, we've lost tax base, we've lost residents. We've seen our folks talk with their feet and move to those adjacent inner ring suburbs, like we've seen on the southeast side. You can just see the demographic change in those suburbs that adjoin us. So I see no money in a budget to address middle neighborhoods. I appreciate the presentation and the in-depth work that is taking place, and it's very impressive. I got to tell you, I'm impressed by what I've seen this morning and what I've seen in the past in my discussions with Jason and other folks. But at the end of the day, I need to hear from the director. I need to hear from the administration. What are you going to do to stabilize the middle or edge neighborhoods in this city? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Through the chair to the councilman, it's a fair question. I can tell you, it is a policy that Jason is working intensively on. It is a policy that I am supportive of and pushing. He does have specifics and concrete aspects to it that we are putting forward. In terms of what a roadmap and what this looks like going forward, I look at it a lot as what we're doing with the Lead Safe Coalition Housing Fund. It is going to require a collaboration, a partnership of institutions, not just a city. Is not something that the city can do alone, but it will require city participation. And part of that participation will likely involve some sort of bringing resources to bear so that this program can be successful. And this is one of the reasons why I want to make sure that the council is briefed and updated so that they understand that there is an initiative. Right now we are sort of doing the table setting, but at some point in the future, I do, my goal is to make a concrete ask. But I want to do that concrete ask not in a vacuum where the city is alone, but that we have partners at the table, such as financial institutions or something, and a program that can work on the ground and has capacity. That is my goal, and I hope to be able to present that to you so that you can, right now you can justly criticize me for what is the plan, because at this moment we are developing it and we want to bring it to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not here to criticize you. Mm-hmm. I'm here to be a partner with you, and I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way. But for so long we have begged, and it's decades we've been begging for some kind of plan of action. If you ask those of us who are engaged in this every day will tell you what we need. We need code enforcement. We need for somebody to do something with the banks who don't want to lend to racially diverse or neighborhoods because the complexion has changed in those neighborhoods, and now they don't want to make loans to folks or rehab loans or home renovation loans. They have disinvested in our neighborhoods. The corporate community who talks a great fight but has abandoned neighborhoods. They have abandoned our neighbors. They talk a great fight, but I don't see too much happening. So at the end of the day, you know, I'm happy on in one respect that you and the administration are acknowledging that there is a problem finally. But at the end of the day, if you're sick, you got to know what ails you. Most of us who have been involved in this, we know what ails us. We need the assistance. We need the help to go after the folks that are giving us the grief, the banks, the savings and loan, the mortgage lenders, the financial institutions, we need help out of building and housing department as it pertains to code enforcement and demolition to clean out the rest of the crap that is still left in our neighborhoods. There has to be a holistic approach. And so, you know, I see no money allocated here. See, we don't have much time. I think when the final census results come in, they're going to be shocking to what's happened to the edge neighborhoods, to the middle neighborhoods. I think it's going to speak volumes of what city government, previous administrations have not done to address the concerns that many of us have been bringing up for a long time. And I think that's, you know, people who are watching this council, we don't administrate. We can't hire, we can't fire, we can't promote, we can't demote. We're legislators. We're at the mercy of the administration to implement the programs and the initiatives. So I'm asking, and I'm in some respects, I'm begging that in 2021, that something really be done to address the concerns to try to stabilize our neighbors. Because if you don't, there won't be a Lee Harvard. There won't be a North Shore Collinwood. There won't be Old Brooklyn. There won't be these neighborhoods, Mount Pleasant. There'd be nothing left of us. We're going to go the same route that some other neighborhoods went, as Fanny predicted, you know, 30 years ago. She had a crystal ball. She said it was going to happen, and it has happened because of neglect, of lack of concern, lack of priorities. So I'm here to work with you, Director. I'm sure all my colleagues are as well, and with the administration, but it can't be about nice presentations anymore and in-depth analysis. I appreciate everything that Jason did. I'm very impressed by it, but there's got to be some meat on the bone. You know, where's the beef? There's got to happen here.
Yeah.
Something's got to give here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, I want to just take the opportunity to give appreciation and good work done where it deserves to be. And I want to just take that opportunity to give it to the director, the powers that be that were responsible for working with Mr. Jason Powers to put this presentation together. It said everything I had been saying, and it proves everything I've been saying to the council from day one, entering into the council, talking about my neighborhood. And so often I hear people say, oh, your neighborhood is a good neighborhood. It's so stable. It's got a lot of homeowners in it. And you shouldn't be worried about it. Oh, why you argue and fight so much? You know, it's this way, that way. Oh, I wish our communities had this kind of stability. And I hear the dance and the song, but what most of them don't understand is I'm a lifelong resident. I've lived in this neighborhood, born, bred here, walked the streets as early as riding my big wheel down the sidewalks, and to now driving my car, and I have 2 kids and a wife, and I've wanted to improve my property, and so we wanted to take a loan out to add an addition to our home, in addition to doing rehabilitation to our property. and that was this past year. And I was told that it would be considered, as in your presentation, Mr. Powers, a over investment in the community.
Mhm.
And I says, why should the banks care? I have the financial wherewithal. I own 3 divisions of business. I'm a sitting elected official. My wife is a sitting elected official. We have the resources. Why can't we, as an American citizens of this great country, have the opportunity to be able to get financing for a property from the financial institutions? And so the lady quickly said, well, the comps in your area does not give you the justification of getting this investment because it wouldn't fit our system that we have in play right now. So it would be considered an over investment. So I asked them, what would be a location where I could properly do this kind of investment in the city of Cleveland? And I was told that I could do it in University Circle, that I could do it in Little Italy, that I could develop along the corridors around the Cleveland Clinic area in that neighborhood where comps were at immeasurable, that I could do it in 80% of the West Side neighborhood where I could do that in. And so I was left, like many homeowners who are already grappling, who have children. First of all, God has blessed me with being able to deal with the educational component, because that's the first thing that citizens have to deal with if they want to stay in the city of Cleveland, is you have to have an educational system that is fundamentally strong. And that's losing some of our population. Another part of our population, I think my colleague Mike Polincic eloquently laid the case out for Lee and Harvard and for his neighborhood and other communities that have not had the kind of investments as the city of Cleveland. It seems like almost some neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland, like Detroit Shoreway, Tremont, Ohio City, Edgewater, those communities are at such a high level of investment in those areas that they now outrank Beechwood, Rocky River, Solon, Lakewood, Middleburg Heights, Strongsville, and Shaker Heights, South Euclid, parts of West Park, Maple Heights. And so when we look at those neighborhoods that have been traditionally strong communities, we see right now that it is about where you make your investments. And so as you've been hearing me in these last Black grant hearing sessions, what funds and tools are available? As you've heard the frustrations of my colleague, Bashir Jones, as he's eloquently stated, let us move beyond where we are now, because we've been here year in and year out. Every year we go through these Block grant funds, nothing changes. You got the same old program that you've had in place for the last 30 some years. And where has it gotten us? Nowhere. So I would think that, we would be looking at how do we create the tools necessary that we don't have here. And is one of the things I was sharing, Mr. Chairman, to the director. When you're looking at putting these programs together, you have to look at a holistic approach of things. So it has to be multi-diversified approach. And that was really good seeing the young lady yesterday talking about how they're going and taking an assessment of the housing stock. All of those little parts and pieces are important. And I think putting the puzzle together, and this would be something that, and I've advocated this at the table, that we set up subcommittees where council members who are concerned, that can work with the administration, that can work with our financial institutions. So when it comes to our banks, Community Reinvestment Act, they're not investing in the city of Cleveland. We have the stats and statistics, and we need to be able to bring them to the table and talk about how they can invest in the city of Cleveland.
Yeah,
how we can put together a program with Mr. Powers and how we put the tools necessary in place to reinvigorate our middle class communities. Because after all, if we lose Lee and Harvard, we've lost the city of Cleveland's African American East Side. It'll be forever gone and you won't get it back. Not like you have it now, because the forces and the market forces right now are coming in and gobbling up these homes. and they're trying to make the city of Cleveland a transient community. And all of the properties that we were looking at on the one page with the gentleman that before you, Mr. Powers, they're all rental properties. We don't want rental properties in our neighborhood. When I was in this neighborhood 14 years ago, we had 60 Section 8 homes. Now we have over 500. We have people who are buying and purchasing houses in groups in our community who don't even live in the state. They don't even live in the country. They're out of the country people investing into our neighborhoods and buying and selling properties on the internet. And when I want to be able to go after those people, we don't even have the fundamental teeth of laws that will go after them and correct our housing stock. We are under these old policies that doesn't give us the capacity to protect our market space. And so we really need to really fundamentally, as council members, as we have been elected, to make the laws and the rules. We need new rules and new laws because we're in a new day and a new time. The old rules and the old laws don't work for us. And it's one of the reasons why I have to look at constantly for the last 30 years, maybe 40, a property where you can see it at the corner of Lee and Miles is completely deteriorated. I can't tell you why and how that property is still up because you can see the holes in the roofs. And every time I talk about it, oh, we're going through this process. We got to give them 30 days. We can't get in. We got to go through these legal means. It's all of these jumps and ropes and crosses. But I guarantee you, if that house was in Shaker, it wouldn't be up there. If that property was in Shaker right now, that commercial property, it would not be in a deteriorated state of existence. So with that, I just want to say that we have a number of issues that we have to address. But getting the twos, expanding the process, I think that we should set aside $5 million as twos for Mr. Powers and your department, unencumbered resources. And if we can get other resources from the financial institutions, I don't mind sitting down, working with your department, and I don't mind, with the deference of the chair, creating a community reinvestment body that is part of council as a subcommittee to start talking about how we can work with Mr. Powers and the financial institutions and the administration to create a resource and hopefully get the banks to double, triple, and match it for investments so that we can start building new homes in these community organizations, in these community middle neighborhoods, as well as tearing down some of these old dilapidated commercial businesses and bringing in new development. If we can start doing that with a small amount of money, we see that that small amount of money has done a lot in terms of block grant to help all of these other projects that you got on the board we saw this morning. So how about if we set 5 million unencumbered resources to a side to start talking about setting up similar kind of programs that can truly help these neighborhoods move forward, of course, along with our partners who we have billions of dollars in their banks, in their accounts, and how they can work with trying to reinvest those dollars. And I want our colleagues who are listening to this who say, oh, you can't do that. It's impossible. You won't be able to do that. All of these kinds of things is to say simply this, is that when Mike White was the mayor of the city of Cleveland, he challenged the financial institutions in the city of Cleveland to invest into our neighborhoods $1.5 billion and set up a system that started moving our city, which at that point in time was in a bad place, moving it into a good location and where we're still stable to the day of having a good foundation. So part of this foundation, and I would ask, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Powers, you've been working on this for quite some time. What are some of those strategies? What are some of those tools? What are some of those things that I know you mentioned Baltimore community? What are some of those things that we know that work for them? We're working with Fannie Mae. How can we bring some of those tools? And what would it actually take if we did something? And I think it was you, Mr. Wackers, that said that you have to do it big. I like big. So in your presentation earlier, you said you have to do it big. So let's look at how we look at what Mr. Powers' studies have done in terms of strategies, in terms of tools that this council can work to help you shape the future of our city, to stabilize our middle income neighborhoods where we have the voters and where we have those people who own their own homes, and how do we begin that process, and what tools have you learned? Or if Mr. Wackers want to jump in along with Mr. Jason, I don't have no problem with that. But we have to create a strong Cleveland. We have to create a Cleveland which we can be proud of, from one end of the city of Cleveland to the next end of the city of Cleveland. And so at this space, I want to leave that to you guys. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more questions unless I hear something that they say I might want to answer, have a response to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director and Mr. Jason.
Yeah, or Mr. Chairman, you're muted if you were trying to comment.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate information and a little history there. And I think as the director and as the program manager, Jason Powers mentioned, they are developing those strategies, and they will be bringing those strategies back to us, which is why there's no specific budget allocation at this point, other than the general overall, which is being done through the foundation. Director?
Yeah, really quickly, because I know there's other councilmen that want to ask questions. Two things. Your experience with the banks, I think, is a great antidote for why that issue needs to be addressed first and foremost, to really have success in other areas of the city, which leads me into our discussion with Aisha Weeks and our banking relations manager. I think that'll be a good conversation for them, so I don't want to go into that now. And then finally, you comment on my go big. I stand by that, certainly, approach. What I mean by that is I'm not a big fan of sort of doing window dressing programs, giving you something just because you asked for it. And I'm not a big fan of just pilot programs, because there are challenges with going to scale after you do a pilot. So I want to make sure that what we bring to you is a real strategy, something that will have an impact. And Jason is doing a lot of great work, and you will hear all about it, hopefully this year.
Thank you. Councilman Bashir Jones?
Thank you so much, Chair. I truly appreciate it. Jason, man, I really like you, man. Please reach out to me. Your energy is the energy that we need to have. And your bluntness to be able to call out structural racism is very refreshing. It's the type of leadership that we have to have. When it comes to these type of conversations, there's very few people who can have these conversations about housing like I can. My family, we were homeless. We lived in the Salvation Army shelter. From there, we went to transitional housing in Ward 7. That's when I moved to Ward 7 as a child. From there, we lived in CMHA. We lived in CHN, Cleveland Housing Network. And now on the same street down the block from where we moved when we were homeless, I purchased my first home. So God is good. So I can go from the transition from no home to low income housing to home ownership. I want to say to you that it's very easy that when we talk about these type of things, that people use certain words to describe in order to discredit the person that's talking. You don't mean it, or maybe you do. I don't know. You use words like, he's very passionate, or you use words like, he's very angry, or you use words like, he's very immature, impatient. That's used to discredit a person so that whatever that person is saying, you don't listen to it. The people don't hear it. And they miss out on the truth. James Baldwin said, to be Black and conscious in America is to be in constant rage. And as you look at this presentation, if you are not enraged by it, I don't know. I don't even know how you can have life. If you don't look at this presentation or look at this reality and see that this struggle that Black people are going through was government backed. It was the government's fault. But when Joe talks, you know, it's easy for you to say, oh, he's just talking too much, or he's angry, or this or that, or when Bashir talks, oh, he's just too passionate, or Kerry, or whatever the case may be. But the fact is, and Joe brought up Mayor White, and I understand, but Mayor White was also played a part in developers and construction workers burying houses underground. As we were building homes in my neighborhood, we found whole houses under the ground. And as a result of that, that played a major part in the lead issues in our community. And that's a whole nother conversation. So my point is that when we talk about structural racism, Black people have been the biggest purveyors of structural racism, man. Because guess what? It was Black leadership that allowed it. It was Black leadership that allowed it. You brought up something very important. Tremont was the hood, man. You and I know that. Tremont was the hood. Tremont was not a place that it is today. I'm a Morehouse graduate, honors Morehouse graduate. My degree was history, so I love history. Look at Tremont. Look at what Tremont is today. That is the government who made a plan that we are going to not only invest, but we're going to push investment to this place. Tremont was worse than anything else. So what about Glenville? Or what about Huff? I didn't even see Huff on the presentation. I didn't see Detroit Shoreway. I didn't see the majority of the East Side on there. And as Joe said, and he said it masterfully, if Lee Harvard falls, the East Side falls. The East Side falls. So the point is when you tell us to wait, or, you know, when I hear some of my colleagues, let's just wait. Let's just wait for the process. How long do you want us to wait, man? Do you think that Black people don't have money? Black people have money. Black people can choose to move back to Cleveland today, and it will change the whole trajectory of this city. They can leave Warrensville today. They can leave Solon. They can leave South Euclid. They can use Cleveland Heights, but they don't want to move back to Cleveland because of how the government has treated them, man. Don't tell me that the city could say, the problem is the city is not making people do anything. They're not making institutions do anything. They're not, the people, listen, in Ward 7 is a perfect example. It's all about leadership. We have some of the most, and you know this, I'm talking with Manager Robbins almost every other week about people who are looking for land and trying to build. So it's not a lack of that. It's the process that's in place that you don't have to say you're racist. All you have to do is create a process that says it. You ain't gotta say racism no more. Just create the process. And the process itself says you are not wanted. You know what I'm talking about. This is the reality. Councilman Polizek said it. I applaud you, my friend, because I don't know how you've been here for 40 years. I don't know. And to be saying the same thing over and over and over again, this is not like some white people who are, you know, we gonna beat with. No, this is white people, Black people who are actualizing structural racism, man. Man, this government has treated Black people so terribly, man. Black and brown people so terribly, man. And it's our fault. It's our fault. You know, what happened to we can decide right now to say, Chair, that we want Huff to be the new Tremont. I mean, Huff is okay with being Huff. Let me not, I'm not trying to, that's not what the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the city can decide this is where the investment is going to be. They can do that. The city has done it. The city has done it. Look at Tremont. It has done it. It can do it for Collinwood. It can do it for Glenville. But then when East Side Council people start talking like this, then some of our colleagues and even some people who are tuned in will say, you East Side Council people, man, you just complaining about, no, it's about all of Cleveland. No, it is about all of Cleveland. But the question is, why aren't we pushing investment to the East Side of Cleveland? Harvard is right next door to Shaker. Harvard, if you go down Harvard and you go down Lee, you see that brand new Mr. Ratner, they built that brand new, beautiful location over there off of Warrensville and Harvard. You know what I'm talking about. So people are investing right on the borders, but not in Cleveland. Why is that? Because I believe that Cleveland makes it hard for businesses to want to do business. Cleveland makes it very hard for businesses to want to come and develop the processes that it takes, how long that it takes. We have to make a decision. And you know what, with all due respect to this great team, the fact that we don't even have a plan. We don't even have a plan. What is the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan? Good. The pause is necessary. There is no plan. There is no plan. Hold on.
It was clearly articulated throughout the presentation that
It
this
wasn't
is
clearly articulated,
Okay.
Chair. And
All right.
let me speak to that. Let me speak to that for 1 second. And I'm saying this to you, Chair, with all due respect, and to every chair. I want to make sure, listen, you are my colleague, okay? You are not the colleague of the administration. You are my colleague, and it's imperative that we stand up for the people and that you give me and the people that I represent the respect to show that you are standing with us and that you are not the voice of the administration. That's with all due respect. Because every time that we bring something up and we say, let's move forward with a plan, where is the plan? All we saw was a presentation. That's all we saw. And it was beautiful. As I said, I like Mr. Powers. I like his energy. But there wasn't a full plan. Okay, what's the next step? What are we going to do? Chair, you said there was a plan. Tell me the plan. Tell me what the next steps were. So maybe I'm confused. There was no plan. There was no step to say what we're going to do for the Huff neighborhood, what we're going to do for the Collinwood neighborhood. What are we going to do? What is the 5-year plan? What is the 10-year plan? What steps are we going to take? So yesterday, just to bring up old news, yesterday, what I suggested was to the community development is come back to us and tell us what we need to do to help you. What legislation needs to be created? Don't tell me, I have a difference of opinion from some of my colleagues in regards to institutions not wanting to help. I don't believe that. I believe the Cleveland Foundation wants to help. Cleveland Clinic wants to help. These institutions want to do it. My question is, what have we requested from them and they denied? Because I would like to know. If they're denying it, then let us know. We want to know that. Have we as a city said to a key bank, this is the plan that we need you to purchase into, buy into? Because what I do in Ward 7, the first thing I did when I became a councilman in Ward 7 was created the Huff Community Land Trust. And the first project that I did was a $30 million project on Ansel and Huff. And guess what? The community owns the land. So developers, are we even suggesting things to them? Are we saying, hey guys, this is our 10-year plan right here. Key Bank, how can you get into it? How can you get into that? How can you put this? How can you put that? This is what let's go back just a little bit and talk about that whole Amazon situation. That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example of we have all the tools. We sit on the largest body of fresh water in the world. Everybody wants to come here. But are we doing a great enough job as a city to say, to sell what it is we want? So I'm saying to this, and I close on this, and I thank you for allowing me to do this. The fact is, man, is that this city has treated Black people terribly, point blank. And guess what they did? In the words of Councilman Polenzek, they did what they spoke with their feet, and they moved. They left. They saw that you decided to build Tremont, and you left Collinwood to the scraps. You decided to invest in Old Brooklyn and West Park, which I love them all too. I want them to be successful too. But when the mayor says equity, we need to see what exactly does that mean. And as a council, we are a part of a system. And to the public, I want to make it clear. Because when you hear elected officials not hold people accountable, starting with ourselves, you have to ask yourself, why are you taking up for something that clearly doesn't work? Why are you telling us to be patient about something that clearly does not work? It has not worked, it's not working, and people right now are suffering. So yesterday I brought up something. I said, let's increase the AMI. Let's go from 35% to 70%. And guess what, Chair? With all due respect, I did a lot of studying last night, and it was incorrect the way that was handled. It was incorrect the way that it was handled. And what do? We sit back and say, let's take our time. You want to take the time with Black people, huh? How long we got to wait? How long do we have to wait for simple things while the rest of the city is being taken care of? This is not passion. This is intelligent talk. How long do you want us to wait while grandparents are dying, while young people are deciding, who are graduating from college, are deciding, you know what? Why in the world would I want to stay in a city where I'm not welcome? So there's a brain drain in the city. Elders are dying in a way that they should not have to die, in conditions that they should not have to live in. And we're living in neighborhoods that we don't have to live in the condition that it's in, because the government has the opportunity to do something different. And all I'm saying to everyone here is that we have a responsibility, and we will be held responsible by the one that created all of us. And we have to speak up and speak out about these things. So let's come up with a plan. I'll close with it. With the plan, what do we need to do? What policies need to be created? What institution do we need to reach out to? You know, what do we need to do as council? Don't come to us and just say, this is what it is. Come to us and say, this is the problem. This is what we need council to do. This is the legislation that needs to be moved. These are the institutions that we need to reach out to be of support. This is what the administration is planning to do. Let's create a full plan collectively and then move forward, instead of coming with the same old rhetoric. This is the issue. And then what was just said, it ain't even been no money put, it's not even no, so we're not even, you know, we got to do better, man. We got to do better. Thank you for your patience. And, you know, to my colleagues, let's stand up for the people. Let's stand up for the people. You are not in your position, in whatever position, to just move things along. That's not why you're in your position. You're not in your position to tell me to speak up on behalf of the administration. Why in the world is council speaking up for administration? That doesn't make sense. Your job is to speak up for the people and to stand with me as your colleague to make sure that the people that we represent is taken care of, not to be a voice for the administration. Let the administration speak for themselves. Thank you very much.
Councilman Charles Life.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, first of all, I appreciate hearing Councilman Jones' passion, because, you know, we're all, I think, eager to see our city move forward in the most productive way. And I think it's important that his voice is, you know, brought to the table in such a powerful way. You know, I represent a neighborhood that is pretty socioeconomically diverse. There's parts where homes fly off the, fly off the market pretty quickly. Other areas where, you know, much less strong, but it's a very strategically located neighborhood. It's easy to get downtown. There's great park access. There's a lot of things going for it. So I often ask residents as I've talked to them, you know, what brought you to West Park? Why Ward 17? And, you know, a lot of strong family ties. A lot of the legacy of the old residency requirement is an answer I honestly get. But, you know, Metro Parks access, that people like living in older established neighborhoods, older houses, and honestly, a real pride of living in Cleveland, and an eagerness to be to really see themselves as part of the solution to Cleveland's many challenges. Even in cases when that individual might not be facing those challenges in the same way as others, but being part of the system instead of separating oneself from it. But, you know, the answer that I've been getting a lot recently, and Jason kind of touched on this somewhat in his presentation, is the answer of being priced out of Lakewood. And, you know, the Lakewood market's doing incredibly well right now, and people see that if you move south of Interstate 90, you can get a comparable home, less price, many of the same aesthetics, just at a better price point. And that's a win for the city of Cleveland. That's a win for West Park. But I really want the answers to be more optimistic. Those things about Metro Parks, those things about city services, all of those reasons that people feel attracted as their first stop, and not as, you know, a secondary or tertiary option. So with that being said, I'm a very strong proponent of this middle neighborhood strategy, and I think it's incumbent on us as council through our general fund to figure out how we support this policy, because we need a city that has options for buyers of all price points. Specifically within this, I'm very supportive of the idea of modernization. We've all been led to believe through our culture and what we see on TV that we all need a 5-bedroom house with a designer kitchen. And unfortunately, Cleveland by and large can't provide that. So, when I hear residents moving out of the city, often to places like Avon, North Ridgeville, Strongsville, what they're saying is that the amenities that they need aren't available in their current house. And they often bemoan the fact that they're leaving. They want to stay in West Park. And I suspect that it's the same, the cities that I gave are really a West Side focus, but I would suspect that you would get the same answer from people who end up moving to Warrensville or Euclid about just, it seems like the life is pushing them out of Cleveland, whether they want it to or not. We have a lot of development throughout Cleveland, and it seems to attract higher income buyers, younger buyers, retirees, but it's really important that we have a city where families with children can live. And we see that in our middle neighborhoods, and we need to work hard to retain those residents. And I worry that many of these middle neighborhoods in their current format are seen as good places to buy your first home, good starter home. But as the kids start to get older or life starts to happen, you can sell it at a modest profit and use that to move out to the suburbs. And I want the middle neighborhood strategy to be a way to push back against that perception. I actually have been encountering a number of families who have moved into Cleveland to take advantage of the Cleveland Scholarship. And, their income taxes fund our municipal budget, and their property taxes fund our schools. So I see that there's different ways that we can be using our middle neighborhoods to bring a new kind of buyer back into the city, especially families. And again, I want to make sure that our general fund budget, not our CDBG, pardon my language, stumbling over, that's got to fix that acronym, that our block grant budget is the place where we're making those investments. Just a couple more things I want to close on, because I know I'm not asking questions. I'm just kind of standing on a soapbox. But I'm particularly interested in a senior program that is different from SHAP. SHAP, as I understand it, is a lot of quality of life repairs. And I see in middle neighborhoods a real opportunity to do aesthetic improvements to seniors' homes that's going to increase their value. So when they decide to downsize and move into an apartment or what have you, they're able to get more out of their nest egg than they would have otherwise. And at the same time, you're able to prep that house for the next buyer who would be attracted by the newer amenities that might otherwise be hard for a senior to put in on their own dime. The thing I really want to close with is this presentation is really about housing, and housing is important. But I think that we need to take the middle neighborhood strategy more broadly throughout the entire ecosystem of Cleveland City Hall. And I'll be focusing a lot of my efforts during the budget hearings in the coming weeks on this, because when I talk to residents about why they're leaving Cleveland, there's a very commonly held notion that they can have a better quality of life, better city services if they just move a couple miles away. And the things that I hear are, why is the pool in Lakewood open a month and a half longer than the pool in West Park? And how come the streets in other communities are salted and our streets aren't? And, why in this past year during COVID, why have there been parks reopened with swings in suburbs, but not in Cleveland? I even hear we don't have any direct control over CMSD, but concerns about the fact that other schools have gone hybrid or back in person and Cleveland hasn't. All of these things play into the decisions that families make about whether or not they stay in Cleveland. And I think that we need to put those issues at the forefront of our mind, because if we're not thinking about how we compete with our surrounding communities, then we're not making any strategic decisions. We're just going through our own status quo as if we live in a bubble. So I'm not sure if there's a lot to respond to that with, but I want to close with, I'm very excited by this opportunity. I think that it's an important gap that we haven't been able to fill. But it's not just about housing. It's about so much more. And it's important that this council figure out how we can support it, quite frankly.
Thank you. Director or Jason, did you have anything to add on that, or?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilman. Thank you for your comments, and thank you to all of you for your comments. I do want to be clear. There are several recommendations and ideas and programs and projects that we are. Basically, where we are is we have a lot of partners that we've been working with, but because we're sort of in that in-between stage where a lot of the things are coming to fruition, there isn't something to immediately, as you can see through the budget, be funding in that sense. But the tools that I talked about specifically around the housing, the reason that I wanted to focus my presentation on that is because those are things over the last year with the construction gap program that we started have not only been moving, but they've also been providing actual wins. And we've seen exactly what they're designed to do, close that gap and move that market towards stability. It's happening. And I do think that finding ways to explore expanding that and deepening that would be very useful. And to Councilman Polensik, through the chair to Councilman Polensik, earlier you mentioned code enforcement quite frequently and absent homeowners. Just want to mention there are, through our VAPAC committee, through the communities that talk about vacant properties and this turnover we're seeing of outside investors, which is rampant in these communities. There are municipalities that have explored legislative avenues. And so what we've been doing is researching that, and we would love to come to council with some ideas around how one could actually create those tools that Councilman Jones was mentioning that we need for the new problems that we're facing today.
All right, Chairman, do you want to call next questions? I don't have any further comments.
Thank you, Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I've often been under the belief that downtown is an economic engine for the city of Cleveland, and our middle neighborhoods is the stabilization of the city. And I think when both of those two things work hand in hand, that the city will thrive. And we're not seeing the investment into the middle neighborhoods or the attention to stabilizing our middle neighborhoods. Everybody's talked about where they represent. I probably represent one of the biggest middle neighborhoods. I mean, I'm, surrounded by two suburbs. I have, the east, the west to me. It's, we're not, I've often said we're not sexy, right? But we're stable. And that is, that is exactly what, a lot of the city is. I'm going to challenge Mr. Chairman, Director Wackers, to work with Chief Dumas. And I don't care if it's CDBG or if it's general fund, but I would definitely like to see 3 different pilot projects in the middle neighborhoods come to tuition and rather quickly. I'd like to see one on the east side, one on the west side, and one on the south side. It doesn't matter what kind of program you want to put together. You guys are better now, or you're more knowledgeable than anybody else on this, that what needs to happen. And whether it comes from CDBG or general fund, I believe that this council is ready to see a pilot project in the 3 sides of the city, to see how that's going to affect and how it's going to work. So the presentation was great, but I have to echo what everybody else was saying, that there's no plan. We see a vision, but we don't have a path toward that vision. And I'd like to see Mr. Chairman, Director Wackers, and Mr. Powers come up with some sort of budget by the end of budget hearings for some sort of pilot projects to happen by in this upcoming fiscal year. I think it's time to put the rubber to the road And, enough council people have been, preaching and screaming, some of us for, not me, but some of them for 40 years, over this issue. And now that you're able to present us with, some ideas, it's time to put that plan into motion. So, Director, if we could get that to Mr. Titron, if they could come up with some sort of proposed budget or plan for 3 pilot projects, either through CDBG or the general fund by the end of the budget hearing, so that we could see it at the end of the budget hearings. I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to acknowledge that was a great presentation, and I wanted to also thank my colleagues for their leadership as well. Great dialogue. I just have a couple of brief questions through the chair to Jason Powers. Hi, Jason. One is, well, it's a statement / question. I'm glad that your presentation evolved into looking at block group level data. I just want to share this so my council colleagues know where I stand. Oftentimes neighborhoods like Detroit Shoreway are perceived as, you saw that market data, and it was this high end of the graph, and it depicts these high-end real estate transfers. That data is based on transfer data, but it actually does not accurately depict market conditions in much of Detroit Shoreway, let alone Ward 15. So I want to thank you, Jason. I think it's critically important that for purposes of middle neighborhoods, it's really impossible to categorize and define a whole neighborhood. I think we all know this in our own lived experiences within our wards, that our Cleveland neighborhoods have many different submarkets and subtypologies and conditions. And I would say that some parts of Detroit Shoreway are just as much at risk in terms of weakening housing markets or challenged housing markets as other parts of Cleveland. So I think I would just encourage you to continue using block group level data as opposed to neighborhood level data, because I think the neighborhood level data is misleading, and it also reinforces certain perceptions and stereotypes about conditions that may not be accurate. Okay, so that wasn't a question, but I'm putting that out there. I hope
that's a theme.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm fitting right in. And then my second piece is a brief question, and through the chair, either to the director or to Jason. We've talked a lot about there not being tools available. There is one tool that I really wanted to clarify that is underway, being utilized, ready to go. It's part of the toolboxes that Jason depicted in his presentation, which is the construction gap financing tool. And I'm hoping we can just take a moment. It's my understanding that program is rolling. I don't know its origins. I don't know how long it's been around. You had the amount of funding it's received, and I'm sure it's part of these budget hearings. So can we take a moment and just understand that particular tool that is prescribed for the middle neighborhoods approach is available immediately, and learn more about it for a moment?
Yeah, I will turn it over to Commissioner Green, since he's responsible for that program and probably knows the numbers a bit more. But yeah, it's a gap financing program funded by the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to unmute again. Thank you through the chair to the councilwoman and the committee. The construction gap financing tool, excuse me, is it does not utilize block grant or home funds. It's funded through the bond fund with the city of Cleveland. We were provided an allocation of $1 million in its first year, used 400,000 for 600,000 of that, and we were provided another $1 million allocation. So the tenets behind the use of that fund is to provide gap financing to new home construction. So there are a couple of things we can do with it. We can do down payment assistance. We can do gap financing, because what we're finding in Cleveland has the highest construction costs in the state of Ohio. And often, using as an example, there are homes that may be built, the cost to build them would be, say, $250. and they won't sell for that 250. They may sell for 200. They may sell slightly less. And so we worked in the first iteration of this program with FBE, which is a subsidiary of Third Federal in the Slavic Village area, and we provided gap financing to homes in Trailside. So as an example of that, those homes were built for, I think, $249. FBE provided down payment assistance of about $10,000 to home buyers, and then some additional assistance. And then we provided, which we can through the program, provide up to $40,000 in gap financing. So we again then look at the numbers to see what the real gap is in the construction cost, between the construction cost, the appraisal, and what the homes will actually sell for. In addition to Trailside, we're using some of those funds in the Huff area because, as the councilman said, there are homes that through previous demolition practices were buried into the ground, or the foundation still exists. Maybe not the whole home is in there, but just the foundation. And these are added costs that the developer of these homes did not want to pass on to the home buyer. So we were able to provide these funds as assistance to that as well. And then there are other parts of the city that we're working in. So they're not designated specifically for middle market neighborhoods, but to try to help and entice new construction development. And because they don't come with the restrictions of HUD, we still want to make sure, you know, any lead issues, any environmental issues are addressed, but they don't come with the hard HUD regulatory requirements. So we are able to move those funds in an easier way.
And if I can, Councilwoman.
I did have a follow-up question, but
yeah, so I think the Trailside is a good example, as the commissioner pointed out. It was gap financing based on an appraisal price, and we weren't able to move the appraisals up. This is a project that started back when Chief Ripka was the council person, and took quite a long time to get off the ground. But the good news is that the amount of subsidy is shrinking as the appraisals are moving up. So it's a great example of how money can seed a project and then help move the market along. So Trailside is a good example of that. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that point.
Yes.
Is this, Mr. Chairman, is this, Mr. Green, is he referring to the gap financing that the city has available as it relates to a rolling application? I think was the term that was used on page 318, 319.
Through the chair to the councilman, no, those are the gap financing program that you see on the page you just referred to are using home funds. These funds are not part of block grants, so they were not included in this presentation of dollars available. It is from the city's bond fund.
Thank you, Councilwoman Spencer.
thank you. I may be less informed than I hope to be. So just to ask a follow-up question then through the chair to Commissioner Green. I'm referring to the program that was advertised citywide to any, if someone wanted to, if a developer wished to build a single family home, they could apply for these funds. It's not necessarily tied just to certain projects, city determined projects. It's an open application process. My understanding is that those individuals work with Mr. Mike McBride to advance those requests. So that is the construction gap financing program I'm referring to. And it's my understanding that it is block group targeted, meaning that you can't be in a high market area to receive those funds. There has to be an appraisal gap of some kind, and those block groups have been identified. But this is more of an open application process. And my second question is whether it's only for new construction or also for rehab.
It is only for new construction. Yeah, there was an RFP that went out. What we're trying to do with the fund is target certain areas, because there isn't enough money to spread around, because really when you fill that gap, and if you look at up to 40,000 per home, that can quickly be swallowed up, right? And so what we would like to do is try to target those resources, but it is available citywide. It doesn't have to be for a block of homes as was done in Trailside, but understanding that the utilization of these funds, whether it's for a neighborhood, let's say an edge neighborhood, or a neighborhood that really has what are referred to as, say, the broken teeth, that only have a lot to fill, that would have a larger impact on that neighborhood. But if we utilize those funds in neighborhoods where there is a lot of vacant land and we're trying to make a real impact, a number of homes being built on that street would go a further way, right? One of the things that I did say that this doesn't come with the restrictions of HUD regulations, but because these are city funds, there are still state requirements, state regulations. So there's, there are other tenants that can be brought into this, like prevailing wage and some other activity if more than, say, 5 homes are built at a time. So there are some restrictions with that. In Trailside, as an example, there were blocks of homes that were built. And so there were multiple contracts that went to developing some of those homes. In Huff, we're also working with a developer who is building multiple homes in a specific geography as well that will help to make that sort of impact I'm referring to.
Yeah, just to chime in, we do allow the use of bond funding for rehabs as gap financing. So we just, that is, it's new construction and rehab.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
On that point, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman.
Yes, for the gap financing, because I didn't know about this too, coming from the general fund. Is there allocated amount on an annual basis for gap financing of this type? How much is allocated on an annual basis for
what is I'm sorry,
fund?
Councilman, what is the current balance, and is our additional funds scheduled to be put in this year?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't have the current balance off the top of my head. As I mentioned, we have spent close to $1 million. We received $1 million the first year, and we received another $1 million last year. This is money from the general fund. It's bond money, and we want to spend it to see if we can get more. We have not in the past really received general fund money, as all of our money has come from HUD. So we do want to do something with this money and make sure we get it out the door so we can hopefully get more.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just a question, because did we come to the table of council for this $1 million?
This was presented to council and approved by council. Right. And we had a presentation on it.
I got you. When was that, and when did that happen?
I'll go pull the records to see when we had that.
Was that last year?
It was last year when we added additional dollars. Yes.
Okay. So this is a program that will come up, and we'll talk about it, and next week in the general fund dollars.
If there's an allocation request, yes.
Right. So, but 9 times out of 10, the allocation request came through your committee. Then it went to finance, and it was passed on. Is that about right? How that would have worked?
Generally speaking, yes.
I see. All right.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Spencer.
Thank you. Just to conclude, I would tell my colleagues, I believe, again, to Jason Powers, your presentation was great. There was the one slide that showed information about this program that we're talking about, the city's construction gap financing, and then Cuyahoga County. So as long as those 2 programs are active, there is an active, it's not a complete toolbox, but there are some tools in the toolbox. And I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Santana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. What a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Jason, for your presentation. So I just I have a question, but more so just kind of want to share my experience growing up on the west side. So I will be brief, but I just kind of want to talk as a resident that grew up in Detroit Shoreway. So Detroit Shoreway, as the councilwoman has mentioned, wasn't always the way it was. And I think Councilman Jones mentioned this. It was a very blighted neighborhood, around safety and health and the school system. Once this neighborhood deteriorated, many of us, it was very highly concentration of Latinos. We were forced to move out basically because the homeowners had to sell their properties because the neighborhood was at its worst. So this is when we migrated to the Ward 14, which is very similar neighborhood now to what Detroit Shoreway was, 20 years ago. So now, this neighborhood I serve has the highest concentration of Latinos. And once I was elected, I was just like my council members. I wanted to push investment, especially taking advantage of Metro Health's transformation. However, what I learned very quickly is that just with the news of our neighborhood receiving investment, property owners started selling their homes, and it started resulting in displacement of my residents. I have about 38% owner occupancy rate in the neighborhood. So, as an investment is important to revitalize the neighborhood. My question and maybe to Jason or the director, how do we invest and revitalize the neighborhoods with existing residents? I often hear the only way that you revitalize a neighborhood is to allow gentrification, which I don't agree. I refuse to believe that we cannot stabilize or revitalize a neighborhood without the families that have been so patient and waiting to see a healthy neighborhood, for many years. So I guess my comment is saying, it took Detroit Shoreway 40 years, right? And now the neighborhood does not look anything to what it was when I grew up there. And as I want to see investment in our neighborhood in the highest concentration of Latino, how do I ensure that we're protecting families that have been here for many years? And I would just throw out there that, one of the thoughts that I have, and I think this has been mentioned, but maybe to reiterate the importance of rehabbing affordable housing and selling them to families and, bringing the banks to the table. But I guess my question is, what are your thoughts about revitalizing investment with the neighborhoods in the neighborhood? Has that happened? Is there an example elsewhere where residents were not displaced?
It's a big topic, and it's one that certainly the city is cognizant of. It's also something that under federal regulations we need to be work to address. We want mixed income neighborhoods. We want housing diversity across incomes in neighborhoods. So that does mean, again, having the tools in the toolbox, not just using home and CDBG funds to rehab and invest in housing, but also to have other tools such as middle neighborhood tools that can work to maintain that income diversity. Otherwise, you tip the scale one way or the other. And so in terms of where it's a successful, I think that is on the spot. I don't want to sort of call out names and neighborhoods and what are successful, but at the local level, there's certainly been projects that on a particular block where we've had mixed income buildings, or we've had mixed income or affordable and luxury development on the same block. But it requires a concerted effort across multiple departments, partnerships with multiple developers, about a vision for what a neighborhood's going to look like, not just aesthetically, but also from the makeup of the people, and also intentionally having the people who reside there today to have a part in that vision. And I think our planning department, through their master plans, try to do that. And certainly through HUD required planning and efforts, we are required to get that type of input so that when we do make investments, it's not to the detriment of the community. So.
And I would just add through the chair to director, thank you, Mr. Wackers. But we did have like CHN new construction home, and it took a lot of time and it's being like strategic on ensuring that the residents knew about these housing plans, right? So that they could put in their application. But what happened is outsiders found out about this application prior to the residents, right? So then, although I welcome outsiders to the neighborhood, it's very important for us to secure housing for current residents, which has been very challenging with new construction or any mixed income projects that come to the neighborhood. So I just, go ahead.
Yeah, most of these projects are supposed to have some sort of plan on how they're going to reach out to local residents to make sure that affordable housing is available to them. Developers are required to submit those plans to actually community development when they're doing low-income housing projects. But at the end of the day, it's a question of, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but that is a requirement that we actually pursue. And we try to make developers adhere to those plans so that residents can have access to affordable housing. Because affordable housing right now across the nation is in short supply. There's a real housing shortage in terms of affordability, not just in Cleveland, but nationwide.
Yeah, through the chair to the director, is there a way to develop a tool where maybe if residents apply, they have priority over anyone outside of the neighborhood?
Yeah, I would point to the plans that developers are supposed to submit on how they're going to market the units. There is supposed to be a way that they first reach out locally so that residents locally are aware of it and not left out, especially in the environment of digital divide, which is probably how they might put something on apartments.com, but they might not put up a flyer at a local community center. And then people who are digitally savvy will obviously be aware of those opportunities, and residents lose out. So that's why we push developers to address those gaps.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jones, you had a point?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, Councilman Bashir Jones had his hand up. You had a point?
Yes, sir. A couple things. One, I'm happy to see good friend Miss Colleen from Legal Aid, who's been a fighter for many, many years on these type of issues, and I'm excited to work with her. We have a big thing that we're doing. Zillow, who is, as you know, is this national organization, is really working with not only us here in Cleveland, across the country, to create legislation that assist us in making sure that people are not facing housing discrimination. As you know, you don't have to say Black's not allowed. You can just say, in some cases, Section 8 is not allowed, or you can use different verbiage that for Black and brown and poor white people that keeps people out. So they are helping us craft legislation that we hope to bring to the city of Cleveland. But another thing, as you already know, that hurts housing is people's records. So we're planning a big expungement clinic coming up in April. We're planning an expungement clinic for our residents of Cleveland, for those who have records that could be easily expunged, that will remove barriers of them getting housing, that will remove barriers of them getting jobs. And I'm crafting this whole piece, please. In Ward 7, we have Cross Country Mortgage that's coming in. They're bringing hundreds of new jobs. We just passed some legislation. Quicken Loans is going to bring 700 new jobs.
Okay, so Councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but on the middle neighborhoods, did you have a question?
Chair, if you would allow me to speak. if you would allow me to speak, just I don't know who you work for. You should work for the administration. You should work for them because you do a good job in speaking for them. Let me speak. Let me say my point. I think I have a right to do that. Thank you, sir.
You already had 15 minutes on middle neighborhood, so I was figuring you had a question on middle neighborhoods.
That's fine. And your position as the chair is to allow me to speak. That's your position.
As well as to move the meeting along, correct.
And not to be a cheerleader for the administration. That's not your position.
I understand it's your opinion.
Okay. Thank you. I know you understand cheerleading because you do it very well. Thank you very much. So we're bringing a lot of jobs to the city. We're bringing a lot of jobs. We have a lot of new development. Developers are building, right? So housing is on the way. Jobs is on the way. So when we're developing this middle neighborhood, we need to bring Quicken Loans. See, Chair, if you just be patient, you'll get it. We're bringing jobs. So this middle neighborhood plan should consist of Quicken Loans. It should consist of these different organizations that are bringing these jobs, because guess what? If we have 700 new jobs, if we want those people in Cleveland, we have to make sure that we have an amazing housing plan so that people don't get a job in Cleveland and then move somewhere else. So as you're developing this middle neighborhood, you have to make sure that we're doing a couple of different things. Number one, what are the policies that are in existence with the city and even the county for that matter, that may hinder housing, that may hinder the creation of middle neighborhoods? I really want you to do a deep dive into the policies, the serious policies that are within the city and within the county, right? So what legislation can we bring about? Also, when it comes to money, how much does this cost? How much is this really going to cost? We have to quantify, right? I'm going to say this on behalf of my colleague, Councilman Conwell. We have to have deliverables. Okay? There must be deliverables, right? So what is the cost to something like this, right? Because when you look at Manager Robbins and the City Land Bank, you know, a lot of people want to build, right? What are the things that are in place that may be causing hesitation, right? So what money, what institutions need to be involved? Another thing that we're blessed to have in Ward 7 is Cleveland Foundation is moving. They have the best and brightest minds. Okay? We need to create a comprehensive housing plan with the city, Cleveland Foundation, the county, the big institutions. So bring GCP in there, we create this whole housing plan with legal aid and other community organizations that we can present fully to the Madam Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. This is what we need to work on ASAP, because as we know, now that she's the secretary, or soon to be the Secretary for Housing and Urban Development, she's going to have a whole lot of cities and states that's going to bring her plans. But being that this is her hometown, we should be crafting a full plan full of legislation, as I said, full of policy, full of a dollar amount, full of support from institutions, national and local, that will assist us, because until we bring the middle neighborhood in, we're going to continue to have a gap between very low income and high income or high housing stock. But until we get that middle in order, then we're going to continue to have neighborhoods that suffer. So one thing that I'm proud about with Ward 7 is that we're focused on, you know, and even though Ward 7 is home to one of the highest homeless populations, right? So we have to figure out a way to provide transitional housing for our brothers and sisters who are currently homeless, who don't want to be homeless. So what are we doing for them? And at the same time, what are we doing for those who want a very expensive house, right? And everything in between. So I would love to be a part of that conversation. I would love to be a part of that conversation along with Councilman Joe Jones, along with Councilwoman Spencer and Councilman Santana, to really discuss how do we create that, and create it quickly, not we'll do it by next year. How do we create that starting now? And then in the words of Councilman Casey, you know, we should be, you know, crafting this quickly because we know the problems already. We already know the problem.
Mr. Chairman, on that point.
Yeah, I yield to Councilman Jones.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, just on the point of action to be taken by our body on this, is there a possibility, through, of course, the deference of your wisdom as the chair, can we set up some kind of committee that could work along with Mr. Wackers and also with, I'm drawing a blank on the gentleman who made the presentation.
Jason Powers.
Yeah, the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Powers, where we can kind of like sit down, maybe take a assessment of our colleagues, gather their information on what they would like to see, and then really craft and put something together. First, to really understand the tools that may be available here that Jason has done, and then how we could probably work with the administration to see if we can make something that can be really dynamic. And I like the terms, and I'm still stuck in my mind about what Mr. Michael Wacker says, something big. And so I really think that having the input of all of our colleagues, including yourself on this, will be instrumental in really shaping something really good. So if that's possible, I would, if I don't know who would chair it, how it would be set up.
Councilman, we have a committee. It's called DPS, and we have had presentations before by middle neighborhoods, as well as any number of topics when we have specific action items.
Well, the point that I'm trying to make, Mr. Chairman, is something that's set aside from that really gets into it, because, and then there's no disrespect to the chair, and the frustration of our colleagues is the fact that we do just push it from year to year, and only a select items are discussed, and we still are winding up in the same spot. And there's no disrespect to you and your leadership, but saying that the committee needs to have an extra set aside committee, a standing committee, that would look into this on the side separate, and then bring it to your committee for further discussions. But having all of the council people's input on how we can move this forward, as well as look at other cities that are doing a fantastic job in this area, Mr. Chairman. And that's the only thought that I would like to add here. I don't want to be sitting here like some of my colleagues, and we talking about the same issue 20 some years later.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the point, Chair, just for a point of clarification for me. So when you say 15 minutes, is that 15? I have 15 minutes for the entire day from 9 to 5. When you say 15 minutes, I want to know what you mean by that.
Yeah, as you have, we are trying to stick 15 minutes to the topic. So,
so once again, my question is: so we have up to 15 minutes for each topic. Is that what you're saying? Because the whole topic today is how the whole. Let me finish my question, please. The whole topic today is housing. So are you saying that my 15 minutes is done for the entire day?
The housing is broken up into various topics as you see the agenda, and that's what we've been following along as the agenda.
That wasn't my question. My question to you is, do I only have 15 minutes per topic? The topic today is housing.
No, the topic is housing trust fund, affordable housing, model blocks, middle neighborhoods, lot cleanup, land bank. Each one of them is a topic on the agenda.
Understood. So, this issue with housing may be in some neighborhoods a little bit more fragile than in other neighborhoods. I'm not sure how fragile it is in your neighborhood, but it's very fragile in mine. So I appreciate your patience with that. The second thing is the goal today just to get through the agenda, or is the goal today to make sure that we achieve a goal, we achieve the goal of not having to have the same conversation again? What is your goal as the chair?
That's a 2-day seminar. As a chair, we represent.
No, your goal. Your goal is your goal to move this on forward quickly.
Yeah, that's right. And that's. Am I allowed to speak?
You're the chair.
As I said, I could give you a 2-day seminar on chairing committees and having policy initiatives, budgets. Today, for the next 3 days, we're going over our budget for the coming year, and each within the budget has a subset of topics that talk about money that's going to be allocated for those particular line items, and that's what we're going through.
Okay, so the goal is for us to make this city better for our residents. That is the goal. And us sitting here at the table to discuss this topic, the goal is to make sure that we make the city better, right? So asking questions and having dialogue and conversation, that is a part of this session. That's the reason why we're doing it. Or would you rather us just sit here and just be quiet?
I can't tell folks what to do. I'm chairing a committee meeting. I'm going through the agenda, and as we have gone through the agenda for the past number of years.
So thank you. Obviously the past couple of years still has led us to where we are today. So maybe some things need to change. But the second thing is I would appreciate the respect that I'm here, and I was brought here not by you, but I was brought here by the residents of my neighborhood to speak up and fight on their behalf. And I would appreciate that you not only respect me, but also respect the people that I'm fighting for. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. What do we have up next on our agenda? We're getting near noon. we
have
can,
Land Bank next.
okay. We can break and then come back, or we can try and get through the next section.
To the chair, the first section is the Project Clean, the lot cleanup program.
Okay.
You want to start there, or
How about if we break? Just you know, we have a published calendar here, so let's get started on the lot cleanup. I want to make sure all my colleagues have an opportunity for good dialogue.
okay. All right, so go back to my apologies. The lot cleanup program, which we've also called Vacant Lot Clean, is a program that's funded through CD, the Department of Community Development, through an MOU with Public Works. It's meant to address the maintenance needs of land bank and city-owned vacant lots. We proposed program funding for this year is $1,160,690. And Director Cox, who I believe is on this, this Zoom, has joined us, and he will present on this activity and what Public Works does with this program.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I just to get a voice check because sometimes my voice.
You're loud and clear. You're loud and clear, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I don't have as much technology skill as my longtime friend in Ward 8. And so I have to check just to make sure everything is okay. So I appreciate you allowing me in the committee here with CD. I just want to give you a little bit of overview on the vacant lot program as it resolves about land bank lots. Now, I will have some information that will talk about the entire program, but what we're dealing with today is a CDBG funds and the land bank lots. And I will be coming forth with during my budget time to talk about the entire program as a result of vacant properties in part when we do parks. So again, we estimate there's about 25,000 vacant properties in the city of Cleveland. And again, that number moves constantly. It goes up, it goes down, but it goes mostly up, not down, right? So we have, out of that 25,000, we've got about 10,700 land bank lots. The other 15,000 are privately owned lots or properties that we have to maintain. Last year, we provided about 87,000 service visits to those lots, to that 25 lots. Out of that 87,000 service visits, we estimate about 57,000 of those were on land bank lots. During the season, we, as I think most everyone knows, we hire agency workers. We hire 150 agency workers to put together 75 two-person crews. Those are hand crews. Those are crews that do trimming of the vacant lots. They do cutting of lots with push mowers, and they bring out debris for packers, and we put 6 packer trucks out there. We also have 57 full-time and seasonal workers that we put on to do some leadership and let's oversee some of these programs. Last year, we had about a 60% turnover in our agency workers. It has gotten more difficult to find those people out there that really want to work these programs. And most of those people left, either were terminated or quit. So we do have a large turnover in our agency staff, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Last year, we had to deal with, when we first started, we had to deal with the pandemic. It was a different process for us, getting people on, trying to figure out how we get people into our buildings, not knowing all the protocols and all the things that were going on with the pandemic being new last year to us starting up with our seasonal. And we started our hand crews, our seasonal hand crews late, two weeks late. which put us behind, right? It did put us behind. So what we've learned from that last year, we won't do that again, because again, as most of you know, and as we had our meeting, right? You know what we faced last year when we started up.
You went through your mea culpas.
I went through my mea culpas. I did, what I will tell this group now is that we're gonna start like we finished last year, strong. Okay, that's what we plan on doing. Again, as you know, we've had equipment issues. What we did last year, we bought 10 more tractors. The mayor allowed us to get 10 more tractors in our fleet, new tractors. And this year we also, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, he's allowed us to reposition some of our capital vehicles and buy 10 more tractors, which will put 20 new tractors in our fleet this year. This is just a push. The legislation was to amend the capital legislation was introduced last February, and as soon as that legislation is passed, we will be able to get those, because we asked the manufacturer to put us in line to take care of our, and they have done that. When we pass the legislation, we'll be making sure that our tractors are here in Cleveland, and as soon as that's done and we have the funding source, we will be making that happen. So we are planning on, I will be forth with my budget to talk about our plan for 2021 and how we plan on deploying, how we plan on doing what we need to do. But I thought that for the purpose of this committee, right, we just talk about what we did in land banking and how much of what we had to do and what we done. So I would, Mr. Chairman, that's what my opening, and I just wait for anything that needs to come up that comes up.
Thank you, Director. Just a quick edit on the budget books. It has you with our dollar amounts, but it also still points out as Commissioner Silva as the commissioner. Can you? I know he's a legacy, but I don't know that that's like a Bible tablet that we can't change.
No, it should be changed. I'm acting as commissioner over parks. We are in the process of interviewing and hiring a new commissioner. Hope to have that done by at least by mid-year. And we've had several interviews. We've had like 10 people interview. So sometimes the vacant lots scare them off, because in most cities, it's parks and recreation, and that's what they do. So we're getting down to the last 4 or 5 candidates that we want to move on to a second interview. So until that time, I will be overseeing the parks department with the staff that I have that's in parks, and so it will be done that way this year.
There's like Tinder dates. It's not me, it's you, or it's not you, it's me. I'm not sure what it is.
I think it's a little bit rough. I mean, with the commissioner leaving last year around the time we started, naturally when you have a line supervisor like the commissioners in our operations, our commissioners are, I asked them to spend at least 80 to 85% of their time in the field. With me spending that kind of time in the field and having all the other divisions, it gets a little tough, but we're working to get through all these problems. Again, we plan to start like we finished last year. So.
Yep. And your supervisors that are out there, as you know, we have tons of vacant lots in our service area, have been incredibly responsive as they went through the end of the year. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly to Commissioner Cox, who's been one of our long-serving employees, been with the city for 100 years. And I want to start in with saying that because I thought maybe we started with a laugh, because we're about to get pretty intense here right now.
Well, I hope that you're not that intense.
Well, we gotta be intense, but smile and take that for a second.
Oh, that's what I do. And it's 50
All right.
years. All I've been here is 50 years.
Well, you've been here for a long time. You're a vintage person who's been here for a long time in the city, and you've been in every different department, just about, and you got great stories, I'm quite sure.
Just to clarify, he was not hired by Tom Johnson.
No.
No, well, hey, listen. The whole point is all due respect is due to him because of the fact that he has been here for a long time, and certainly he knows his way around the city. And I just want to thank you for getting those additional 10 tractors. I thought that was in the budget previously already. That would help out in this department. This is an area that I had no intentions when having an opportunity to be elected back into the city of Cleveland that I would think would cause me so much grief. And that's with the vacant lots program. In our area, we talked about middle income neighborhoods. And the whole purpose of this here is this program, according to page 4.1, is to better the city, transform distressed areas, and make attractive public green spaces. And the funds will be used to finance a lot cleaning and cutting program for city-owned land bank properties managed by your division of maintenance and properties. And Project Clean is an adult work employment program. And the fiscal year 2019-2020 allocation will be used for labor costs and will enable the vision to hire seasonal workers for 28-week period. And then he goes on to say lot crews are responsible for cleaning, cutting, and trimming lots and removal of debris following grass cutting. So my question, Mr. Chairman, to the director, how much are we paying these people to do this work on an hourly basis?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we pay our workers, our staff, $11 for the laborers and $12 for the supervisors.
And Mr. Chairman, how long has this price structure been in place?
Well, this is a new structure that came in last year. Well, they were making $10 and $11 respectively, and they had received $1 per hour raise last year.
I see. And so, Mr. Chairman, to the director, is the 1.210 your amount that you will be using for your laborers in the Project Clean as your basic fundamental labor for your entire lot cutting program in the entire city of Cleveland?
No, sir. The total budget for the entire vacant properties is $4.5 million.
So would that also include the 1.2 that, or
yes,
the
sir.
1.
That's inclusive of the 1.2.
And how much is that again?
About 4.4, 4.5, something in that neighborhood.
Okay. And then this here is what would that 4.5 take care of? Is that all labor cost?
That's staffing cost, yes, sir.
That's all staffing cost.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, then how much money is then spent on equipment?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, last year we spent about $305,000 on equipment. That would include those 10 tractors that we bought and some hand tools.
And do we have any more money that could be potentially invested into more trucks, tractors, trailers, lawnmowers, walk behind lawnmowers? Do we have a budget for that?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, as I in my opening statement, I said the mayor has allotted us another some additional money to buy 10 additional new tractors this year. They're in the manufacturer's floor. They're ready to go, and our legislation is in the council to be passed to amend our capital vehicle purchases to include this 10 tractors. There's 10 additional tractors.
Now, these are 10 tractors, Mr. Chairman, to the director for clarification. Are these considered hogs? Are these the ones that go in these big tractors that pulls these big cutting systems behind it and go into the vacant lots? Is that when you were referring to
Yes, these are the tractors with the cutters.
So they're hogs.
Yes.
So then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the question is poised for lawnmowers, trailers, and also weed whackers, and a supply system for being able to, when they tear down, they can be fixed readily, quickly.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand correctly. Are you saying they can be, or they?
No, what I'm saying is, do you have funds set aside for other equipment?
We have funds set aside for other equipment. We look for some more walk behinds. We look for some more blowers, some more weed whackers, and
So how much is that budget, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
I don't have the cost right now, but we are in the process of acquiring that.
Do you have an estimate, Mr. Chairman, to the director, what that cost will be?
I can give you an estimate on what it cost us last year, right? For the walk behind things, it cost us about $60,000-$70,000 for our small equipment.
Mr. Chairman, I would suffice that is not enough. And Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I've had the luxury of serving under 3 mayors. And I have never, in the time up until now, had to worry about vacant lots. The issue of vacant lots have plagued our community. And from one year in to the next year in, we've constantly, like many other pieces of legislation, Mr. Chairman, where you heard me talk about this subject matter in great detail, we haven't moved the needle on progress, and we haven't improved from the year 2019 all the way 2018, all the way up until this point now. So we've had a issue with getting started in the season, being ready to go. And I had to, Mr. Chairman, spend my summer during the COVID virus down there in the trenches to try to figure out and understand what is the issue and what is the problem. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, here's my findings, even though we didn't have a set up standing committee to deal with it. But here's the findings I found. The program called Project Clean, the adult program that works to bring in people into the department to be hired to do this work, is fundamentally sending us people who are not ready to work. So the agency that we have in place right now is not giving us the kind of required employees that our city need to have to be able to do this kind of work. The other issue is the amount we pay these people. So that's important as well. So given the fact that, we have $11 an hour, which is some improvement, that those prices should go up to more like $15 an hour. And we have a program that has been set in place, Mr. Chairman, that fundamentally, if we work it in the model that it is, it could be quite effective and efficient. It's just that the model that we have in place right now of supervisors, these are the people who are supposed to manage over the laborers. If they would do their job and they would function this program, this program would fundamentally function as it should be. From the very top all the way down, I found a whole lot of issues with people not following the rules, breaking the regulations, not having proper training. And so when you have a program where you have so many flaws on so many levels, there's a great reason why we're in the condition we're in right now. The program is not properly being run. And so to such a degree that I was out there cutting grass with some of your laborers, Mr. Cox, on another setting, and they didn't have the equipment. Their weed whacker ball wore out. So then now you don't have a person doing weed whacking. He goes back to the facility to get the equipment, and there's no more weed whackers. And so now he's out until the part could be ordered. There was another situation where I watched an employee using the equipment tear up the first lawnmower, training someone. And then he had to go back, and now they're down for that day. They get a second lawnmower. They go out with that lawnmower, and some of these lawnmowers are so old, it's easy to bump them into something, and then boom, they're broke. he made me so mad that I thought that he should be fired. He went and took this, again, he's the supervisor training the laborer how to use a walk behind lawnmower. He smashes that lawnmower up and breaks it too. And so now we got 2 lawnmowers down, and this crew right now is out for the week. So now you got laborers that are supposed to be working to cut vacant lots, and they don't have the equipment in place to cut those vacant lots because they're down and they have to be fixed out at whatever that warehouse place you got down there in the center part of the city that's supposed to fix them. So now I'm very upset about the fact that now we can't get anything done over in my area in terms of getting these lots cut. And then I've had to deal with people, Mr. Chairman, to the director who was kind of wacko. And that means that they were not stable people we should be hiring. They got mental issues. And so we're hiring people from this program that are, and we're not vetting them out, and we're not properly having the supervisors in place to train them. And so when I asked one of the guys who got behind one of the lawnmowers, he actually frightened me because he didn't know how to use the equipment. And I said to him, I said, hey, you've been here for 2-3 weeks. You mean to tell me you don't know how to use this equipment right? Dude, you're about to kill yourself and me. So I had to stop him from cutting the grass. We had to get the supervisor, we had to get the big guy out to come out and show this guy how to cut grass. He did not know how to drive the truck with the trailer behind it, which is a liability. It's major. Because if he would have had an accident with that truck and that trailer, and I looked at the supervisor who was there, and I says, why would you let him drive a truck? He can't even bag the trailer back. He shouldn't be driving this truck and this trailer. So there were some glaring issues, Mr. Chairman, on my first stance here. I am glad to say that there is some people in that department that, and I don't want to say their names, I don't want to get them in trouble, but they were really fundamentally astute, stable, didn't like the conditions. But the biggest issue we have right now in this department is our personnel and the people that we hire on. And so now I understand why our vacant lots program, we're not getting the job done. We're not cutting that grass. We have a number of supervisors, and I hate to say this, Mr. Chairman, because I don't think that anyone should lose their job. We need people to be retrained, know how to do their job, know how to bring these people in here. I don't know about Project Clean, but we need to really bring whoever manages that in, or just do away with it altogether and get another hiring agency that will bring people in who want to work, who want to cut these lots. I had a crew in that year, this past year, didn't cut maybe 5 cuts. And this was supposed to be my crew that I hired on using my block grant money to cut grass. So you're looking at the month of April, May, June, coming into July, and maybe they cut 4 lots. So when you get down to the nitty gritty, and I know some people don't want to hear this, but you have to really work, meaning that as elected officials, it is our responsibilities when we see the city not moving fast enough, or we have these issues, we should go down, knock on those doors, open them up, and see what's happening with this particular program. So Mr. Chairman, I've had quite a bit of discussion with you concerning this program. And we've had hours of discussion about it. And so, I would like to see something different this year. I don't want to see us giving $4.5 million to this department and we have these kind of performance defects. We don't have enough equipment. We don't have a department that is performing and functioning correctly. Our supervisors are not directing like they should be to our labor force, and those in upper management haven't and don't have any kind of tight, strict controls on these things. And we're just blessed not to have had a calamity. on some of this stuff. So I'm very concerned about it. I'm not a happy camper. I want to ring the bell as we go into this year, and I want to see a program that works.
Thank you, Councilman.
And so my question, Mr. President,
Yeah, you're at your 15.
Mr. Chairman, and to the President, what are we going to do any different to the director that's going to make this program better this year, better than what it was in the last 3 years?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, the issue that you brought to this table just now, you and I had conversations about all year. And when you had an issue out there, I responded to those issues. I don't want the people to think that we did not respond to your issues and your concerns, because we did. And you and I had conversations all year. I was out in your ward more than I was out in anybody else's ward. And we had those things. And when you talk about specific things like someone cutting I will pull their work orders and see what your crew, the crew that you hired and that you gave me the names for, what they did and what they didn't do. Okay.
My initial crew, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman, let him finish.
Let me say this, sir. When we come to the table with our general fund, park maintenance, I will have that process and what we're going to do differently this year at the table. And I will answer any of those questions that you need answered at that time. And
Mr. Chairman, to the director, with all due respect, I appreciate the fact that you did get out there on some of those things. And, I just wanted to put the highlights here because I do believe in working, and I do believe in working to make a better Cleveland. And so at the end of the day,
as do I. I don't want you to make that statement like I'm not doing what I need to do. I've been a public servant a long time. That's what I do. And I want to make it better also. So I want to make sure that you know that.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
And Mr. Chairman, I just don't, I just want to understate this. I'm not trying to put you, director, because I know your hat is pretty big. You do a lot of things. You wear a lot of hats across a lot of bases, a lot of boards. It's just, I just want to make sure that, this has not been a problem with me in terms of vacant lots in past administrations. And so all I'm saying to you, all I'm saying, just, and then I'm gonna end it. And I'm not trying to pick a fight. All I'm saying here right now is that I would like to see, I don't like spending precious little pennies and nickels I got for a grass cutting crew. I just think that if we have a well-run, functioning department, we wouldn't even have to look at trying to allocate that. And so all I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman, as you begin the process to select, because you're wearing the hat now as Commissioner of Richard Silva. So as you select whoever you select, that's going to fill this.
I don't do the hiring.
Okay, well, I'm quite sure you have some input. So I would hope that the administration then would hire someone who's competent and capable of running this program in terms of these vacant lots and making sure that the funds that we are spending, and if we need more funds, Mr. Chairman, I'm a councilman that's willing to give the Commissioner Cox another $1 million.
Okay, so note that for his NDA.
So I'm just saying that whatever this commissioner needs to take care of those vacant lots, this is a major issue for Ward 1 and our citizens to do the things that the program is supposed to do. Better the city of Cleveland, transform distressed areas, attract public green spaces, and to keep our community and our city free and clear and remove debris out of vacant lots and keep that property looking nice and clean. Because those residents who do own those homes, Mr. Anthony Brackatelli, is going to leave out. Now, I know you get a lot of nice stuff cut up in your neighborhood. I want to have the same kind of treatment over here in the Lee Harbor Ward 1 area. And listen, Mr. Cox, we don't want to go down this route.
We're not trying to do that.
I've been in every neighborhood.
Director, hold on.
I know who's getting what.
No, we're not playing favors with anybody.
Director, hold on.
I travel, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
right, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Thank you.
I travel, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of order, point of personal privilege?
Yeah, so thank you. We're going to move on to our next council. Councilman Kelly, do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, quick comment, just a point of personal privilege, point of order is we have an aggressive agenda that's set forth with this, and then we have the budget hearings come up. So there's a couple of things I just want to raise. First of all, I heard during the questioning, referring to workers as wackos, referring to their qualifications. We're in a public body. We're meeting as a public body. If in some way that was an indication that we shouldn't reach out to people that may have mental health concerns or may be harder to hire, I think that that is not proper in this hearing. I think we need to keep those things down. I will leave the anecdotes to the chair, whether the chair allows the anecdote in about a lawnmower or some other anecdote. But I will remind council that we all voted for the council rules. And part of the council rules are that the chair runs the meeting. When the chair is speaking, he is the chair and things go through the chair. So I'll just remind people, we have a lot of material ahead of us, both this week and next. But again, remember that we're in a public forum. Be careful how we address people. Be careful of the words that we use when we're doing this, and please respect the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to respond really quickly.
I can put you back. I can put you back on the list.
I just want to respond to that. I did not use, Mr. Kevin Kelly, the term wacko. I said mentally unstable. And
okay,
so
thank you.
So I just want
thank you for the clarification.
With the decorum, I'm going to follow those decorums. I have been. But, you know, again, sometimes the chairman cuts me off. And I know I have some council members who shake their heads, but we have issues in our neighborhood that must be addressed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Next up, we have Councilman Brian Mooney. And just as a point of clarification, I mean, as Director Cox noted, they did 87,000 service visits last year. The difference between just a short 10, 15, 20 years ago, the number of lots that we have and the amount of dumping and the issues that we're facing today is almost 5 to 10 times greater than what we were, as Council Polensek likes to say, back in the day. It is a significant difference since the foreclosure crisis. And we're going to have a presentation around demolitions and how much vacant land that we're dealing with. Yeah, so it's not the same as it was, you know, back in the earlier days. So, Councilman Brian Mooney.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director, I just want to address two issues: one in the macro, one on the micro level. Now, with Project Clean, I got to tell you, I loved my crew, and I, you know, my ward paid for it. My predecessor hadn't. I call them my J crew because all their first names start with the letter J. They were awesome. And in fact, I've kept in contact with them and they want to come back. So my question is, I've been trying to talk to John Laird. I wanted to bring them back early, but I'm thinking, I'm getting the sense that that's not possible, that I just have to go within the parameters of when you do it. So that's my question. I'm willing to pay and have them come early and stay later. I'm willing to do that for my ward. Am I able to do that?
Chairman to the councilman. No, we are in the process of getting another contractor for the hiring. You can't bring the people on there we don't have a contract to hire with. We don't bring them through the city function. They are agency workers. So they have to wait until we finalize the contract, go through the process of being interviewed, tested, and all those things before we bring them on.
Okay, so at least for this year, I don't have that ability, you're saying, because we have to find a new temp agency. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it is a 1-year contract, and that's the way we have to.
Oh, it's always going to be a 1-year?
Always a 1-year contract.
So I won't have the ability to bring them back early generally?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. And when do you expect to have them out? I've heard maybe April?
Sometime mid-April.
Sometime mid-April.
Sometime mid-April. And Councilman, on vacant properties right now, it's hard to get on them with the snow and the wetness of the properties. We try to make, you know, at least let them dry out as much as possible. We can't put tractors on these properties at this point.
Well, I mean, my guys did more than that. And so I wanted to bring them back early, and I didn't mind paying so they could do other things than, you know, leaves and other lot things without necessarily cutting grass. But if I can't do it until the program's ready, you've answered my question. But the other question I have, in the past, I think, well, let me ask you, are you hiring more people this year on the macro level? for the vacant lots, or are you adding personnel, additional personnel?
With our budget, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we hire 150 people for the vacant properties portion of our contract, but we also hire people in the cemeteries and in the parks. So it's not when I'm dealing with here is vacant lots. So we hire up to 300 people, but we have up to 300 people.
Is it more than last year? That's my question.
No, sir. No, sir. It's the same amount.
Well, I mean, I gotta tell you, the last few years I've noticed they only come around and cut lots about every 8 weeks or so.
Yes, sir. We are on a schedule with the number of lots that we have and properties that we have. We're on a 7-week schedule. I am working on some redeployment issues that will get us down to maybe around 6 weeks. But we have to go through the entire city, all 25,000 lots and properties. So it takes us about that much to get through the cycle.
Well, I mean, I guess that's my point. I mean, that's the number one problem calls I get. And I know I've spoken to other councilmen, and it's frustrating in different ways. In my ward, it is the number one problem I have every year is the grass that gets cut. And I know usually they start out on the west side, so they're not going to come back for 2 months. And some places on the east side and some on the west side, they were like wheat fields. And I can't. I don't think that's acceptable. I mean, I wish we could do. Why can't we devote more resources to get it down to less than 8 weeks? 2 months is too long, I think, to let these lots grow. I think we have to have, and I was willing to do my own Project Clean, which adds to that to try to help unburden the load. I mean, I wish I didn't have to, but I understand it's a reality. And with that Project Clean, my 3-man crew, I mean, they were a godsend. They were fantastic. I got to meet them. I gave them my number. I took them to lunch. The crews were awesome, and they've kept in contact, and they want to come back and work again this year. And they were, at least 2 of the 3 were excellent employees. But I guess so. So really, the goal is just from what you're saying with the resources. Like these 10 new tractors, are those 10 additional tractors, or are those 10 tractors replacing old equipment?
Those are 10 additional tractors, Councilman.
Well, aren't you going to need additional people?
We are working. We're going to put additional tractors on the street. That means we're going to up our number of tractor drivers. Well, we had 27 tractors on in the city last year. We will put 33 on. We will keep some in abeyance if something goes down.
Well, aren't you going to need more personnel then to operate more tractors?
Yes, we are. Yes, sir. Personnel, but that is not through the agency, Councilman.
What?
Those people are not hired through the agency.
You're going to just redeploy them?
No, sir. We will hire them through the city because they are seasonal workers that we hire to drive. You have to have a different qualification to drive the equipment.
Okay, so whether it's through the agency or the city, is it your plan then to add more personnel in total to address this year as opposed to last year?
Tractor drivers, yes.
But not the other ones?
Not the others.
Okay. I mean, I just think we do this, we'll have to talk to other councilmen, but I can't wait 2 months for these lots to be cut. It's sometimes it was 9 weeks if it rains. I don't know how the other councilmen feel, but that's too long to wait. And if you get, if your ward or your area gets hit early on in the spring, in April, they may not be back till late June, July. And it's the calls you get and the blame you get. It's just, I wish we could devote more resources towards this, but that's just my concern. We'll talk about it ordering budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. This I always tell a story about me and Director Cox, man. I love him, man. Got a lot of love for him. We've been together for a long, long time, and I appreciate him. And I appreciate, everything that we're discussing today You know, as I'm getting phone calls and text messages, and you know, the Clevelanders are really paying attention to these type of conversations. And people take issue with it seeming that these concerns that we have, it seems as if we're being silenced or seems as if we're being policed instead of these issues being highlighted. And guess what? No matter what part of the city that you're from, because this is affecting Clevelanders, we all should have some issue with it. You know, when I think about what Councilman Joe Jones have said about Project Clean, this is correct, man. I mean, one of the things that's very important, our city workers have to get paid better and be treated better. And, you know, I think that's extremely important. And the reason why is because they are the face of this community. So for those who are working these type of jobs, they are dealing with the people more than we are. So if they are not receiving the support that they need and not receiving the resources that they need, then sometimes the job resembles how they feel. Sometimes the job resembles how they feel. So if they're not happy, then maybe the lawn is not being cut in a happy way. And we can tell the difference. We know the difference between a lawn that's being cut in a professional and happy way and a lawn that's being rushed and just to get done, just to say, I got it done. So we have to do a better job of investing in the people. And I look forward, Director Cox, to that plan. And Councilman Mooney said something I think is very important, and that is that, cutting the grass 4 times, especially in those rainy seasons, it causes serious problems, man, where you have some lawns and some back streets. And I appreciate it. Every time I call you, you always take care. So you doing and taking care of business, that's not the question. The question is how do we create a better process? How do we invest more in our city workers who are doing these jobs? How do we make sure that we are that we have the right people for the job? Because when people are coming through, not only the residents, but even visitors to the city, we want them to see clean streets. We want them to drive down Superior and see a clean street. We want them to drive down Buckeye and Harvard and see a clean street, and not just downtown, but throughout the entire city. So I really look forward to seeing a comprehensive plan of technology, of investment within the people who are working for the city, as well as a plan to address how we can better do the job. So thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just got a question about process. So the tractors go first and then the trim crews go, right?
Mr. Chairman, to the council, that's correct. We have the tractors which naturally move faster than the trim crews because they're trimming. They may be a day or two or maybe ahead of the trim crew.
Okay, because I'm really interested in seeing what metrics you use to see when the trim crew came after the tractors, because last year was one of the toughest years that we had. And I agree, it rained a lot more and everything else, but it looks like it was a large gap between the tractors and the trim crew. What period of time should it be between the tractors and the trim crew?
Mr. Chairman, to the council, you're absolutely right. But as I said when I started, we started those hand crews about 2 weeks after we started the tractor crews because of the pandemic and the safety issues that we had to put in place to get people in and out of our buildings and maintain social distancing and make sure we had everything set up. From that point, we have learned, and it did set us back. They were about 2 weeks behind the trim crews. And we also scheduled them staggered the start time. So you're right, but this year we're going to start them on the same time, and they should be in more than 3 days behind those tractors moving down the street.
Okay, so it would be good to kind of make sure this year, because I know last year we got inundated with calls, and Director, I know how hard you work, and I know that a lot of people inundated inundate you with calls. And, really I try to get my team not to inundate you with calls. It would be good to know as much as possible to be able to tell people the actual schedule, which you guys have been great with us to tell us, the tractors will be this day, the trim crews will be this day. One of the things that I would like to do more is actually, I've developed a pretty good database to push out, to tell people, this is when this is coming. This week, this will be coming. So is it a way to work with your team to really make sure that we could let people know what zones are coming up? And like, for example, if this week is the week of February the 8th, then we know that the week of February the 15th, your crews will be out there for tractors, and then the trim crews will be out there the following day, so that we could be in a position to, one, respond to residents, and then two, push it out, because I usually try to push out to let people know when things are happening. Is that at all possible, or can we work with those kind of things?
Mr. Chairman, to the council, we can work that process out to make sure that each council person knows where we're at within their ward and when we're there. We do it as I think most of you know, we do it by subsections. So we can work up that plan and make sure that you all have that copy of that plan, understanding where we'll be. Now, weather sometimes plays a factor. So you have to, calculate that too, if there is a delay in getting tractors out due to weather. But we can work through that and get that to every council member in every ward.
And when I need to course correct, I course correct. And my good friend and colleague, Anthony Harrison, just reminded me that we do get a weekly work plan.
Yes,
and that's something that I do. I appreciate that. I do miss that sometimes. So when I miss something, I want to make sure that I catch it. So thank you, Councilman Hairston, for really helping me make sure we catch that. But I really want to make sure the trim crews last year is where I really had a lot of concerns at, because the trim crew, there's a lot of litter. What is your policy around litter with these lots? Do you have that trim crew do any kind of vac or vacuuming or at least with sidewalks in the surrounding area? Is there a way to deal with some of that? Because sometimes they cut and then the trash and debris is just shredded all over the place, and there's not it doesn't get properly swept. What is your policy, and how do you deal with those kind of issues?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, that is part of their responsibility, is picking up the trash. Tractor drivers don't get off. They'll cut paper and everything else on the lot. But when we say a trim crew, that hand crew is supposed to do it all. This year, I'm going to make sure that not only do they pick up that paper, that trash, and bring anything that's in a vacant lot out to the curb. They're supposed to do that also, so that we can pick that up with our packer crew. That is part of their responsibility. But this year, I'm going to also make sure that they, with their hand mowers, that they cut the tree lawn, because we can't get the tractors on those tree lawns, and it makes it look like it's not cut. So those are some of the things that I would like to do. We're going to do as we move through 2021. So yes, they are supposed to clean and trim the lot.
Okay, because we really need the tractors, they usually do a pretty decent job. It's the trim crews that really are a big challenge, and I hope that we're going to really be laser-like focused on that task. Yes. I'm not sure if I guess this will be you, Director, but billing. I get all of these different, and I want to make sure I clarify something. You said it's 25,000 total lots, but then 10,000, how many lots again?
There's about 10,700 land bank lots, but we
about
we
10,000.
Yeah, about 10,000.
10,000 land bank lots.
I think it's a little higher now.
Maybe, but that's our estimate on what we're doing.
Yeah.
The actual number.
You do. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Green. Mr. Chair, I'll yield to Mr. Green.
Commissioner Green.
To the chair, to the councilman, it's a little over 16,000.
16,000.
Yeah.
Where's the concentration of those lots, and how do you deploy? Here's where I'm going. Let me just go straight to it. We don't have time to beat around the bush. Most of those lots are in some of the central section of the city, probably wards 5, 6, and 7. I would dare to say maybe 12 if you add that to it. How do you deploy regarding where the need is at, instead of just how do you deploy? Give me kind of a sense of if you really want to, if you really spend a lot of time, or do you have to spend more time in other areas than other? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we deploy based on the number of lots that we have in any area, not just land bank lots, but lots. We do all right. We do all lots. We'll separate at the end. We throw everybody in and cut everything, right? As for instance, we'll put more staffing at what we call Dobbins North, which is wards 4, 5, and 6, which we have high concentration. We have the wards 1 and 2, right, which are very heavy also, right, and vacant lot. So we deploy and we staff depending on the area that we have and how many lots are there. So we do make sure that our heavier vacant properties, wards or sections of the city are staffed up with more people than the ones that don't have as many.
Okay. When building and housing or someone tears down a property, do we assess or do we anticipate, banks and anybody else, when they demolish a property, do we have something in the formula that anticipates that we will have to do maintenance on these lots for a period of time? I mean, probably I would dare to say, probably at least 10 years. Is there like a period of time to Mr. Chair, to Director Cox or Mr. Green, that we actually try to assess any of those property owners or try to go after them for the bills for cutting those properties when they're demolished?
If I may, we bill. We take all of our work orders and we put them into a system, our work order management system, and that work order management system will separate the land bank lots from privately owned lots, and those lots are built through assessments and license. We send them the information, and they build those privately owned lots for service,
including the demolition bill, which goes on to the lot as well.
Goes on to the lot too.
Right. Okay, so assessments and license bills for the demolition bill and the reoccurring cuts that we do.
That is correct.
And dumping if they have to pick it up, if they have to do public service. And
the cost is per square foot. It's about
what is our collection rate for that? Can anybody give me a ballpark? 10%, 25%, 50%, 75%? Where are we at with collection rates? Because that would go a long ways towards trying to beef up more resources that we're talking about. If we have more aggressive collections on some of these banks and other properties, that we can use that as a revenue stream. Do we know what percentage we're collecting from those private owners when we have to maintain those properties?
Mr. Chairman, to the council, I would have to defer to finance. I can get that information as we move closer to our budget hearings and get that for this body.
And Director Donald brings the demo liens that they collect to the table as well. So I know it's been upwards sometimes $1 million that we've been able to collect, but she'll usually bring that when she brings her demo budget.
On that point, Mr.
All
Chairman,
right. I just think that we need to I know that, and I'm just speaking from my perspective. I know that we want to expand these services and resources, and I think we need more equipment and more people to do this. We know we have a lot of need out there, especially and I try not to just worry and speak about Ward 6, but I know the southeast part of town is really taking it on the chin too, as well as Ward 12 and all these other areas. Well, I just think that we have to try to find a way to look for more resources that are dedicated towards increasing these crews. So I would look forward to seeing what those are. One last thing, Director, the parks, and I don't know if this part is that part of your other presentation, or is that part of
parks? This is not.
Yeah, and when I'm talking about parks, I'm not talking about the big parks. I'm talking about, we have a lot of mini parks in the Wood Hill area that are not maintained like they should, and a lot of citizens have basically taken it upon themselves to do that. They're like pocket parks. is that, whose responsibility is that? Is that part
Those
of your crew's responsibility, or whose
Those are tot
responsibility are
lots.
those?
Those are what we used to, they threw these tot lots on years ago, right? For those that have been around years ago,
Yeah.
this old equipment, which wasn't old at the time, but we are in the process of removing those. We put that under vacant lots, not under our parks, because they're not really parks. They're just what they call tot lot, right? Well, we call tot lots. So they're in the vacant lots, and we make sure that they're in their work order plan. So we'll make sure if you have some that are not being maintained properly, I just need that list, and I'll make sure it's added to their work orders.
We have a lot of them. So I really, hope that we look close to that. Last but not least, and I know that this is kind of a long shot, but have you ever looked at community partners that might want to pick up some of this load off of you? For example, I know you received a letter from the Buckeye Ministers and Mission Alliance, and they wanted to really try to see if there's a way that they could work closely with you guys to try to maintain lots in that Woodhill corridor. How do you handle it when you have local partners like that? And I know that there were other council people that used to run extensive grass cutting programs. How do you coordinate with them so that you don't duplicate services and so that you maximize when groups like that want to come to the table to work with you? Who coordinates that? And is that allowable, and does that work?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, years ago, we had what we call neighborhood people cutting lots with hand equipment, with walk behinds. It was a program that they initiated. We had to supply most of the equipment, and a lot of things went wrong with that program years, and this was probably about 10, 12 years ago, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman. We have not looked into neighbors doing the lots at this point. There are people that cut lots now, right? They cut the front grass on a vacant structure. They just do it. So we have not, the organization that you spoke on, I had some conversations with them. It was basically more about how it was done and what it wasn't done. It was not about joining us and trying to get some kind of coalition to cut. So if you like, I reached back out to them. Maybe I misunderstood what they were trying to say, and I'll reach back out to them and have that conversation. But I don't have the funds to pay them to do that. And it would have to be into a contract and legal agreements and things of that nature. So I can talk back to you more about that offline if you like, and get some more people to the table to talk about that.
And Councilman, if I can, we can put that on our list with Joe Titron as an additional session. We talked about this a few years back about, and as the director mentioned, there's a whole list of legal issues of going on to private property that, for us to assign the rights for someone else to go on. But there are examples out there through some of the National Vacant Property Council meetings that I've attended that where folks adopt areas. Philadelphia has had a number of organizations that have done that, where it's not just a block, but it's a bigger region. So we can look at that as something we bring back from either through Thriving Institute or one of the organizations that we deal with.
And Mr. Chair, that's kind of where I was going with this. If we have organizations that we can sub with, as long as we're making sure that we give them clear guidelines and standards that we expect as a city, and I think it would help us cut costs. I think it would help us put local people to work that live in the neighborhood, that are either retirees that needed another income, or other folks. And then also, I think it'll help a lot with quality, because people, quite frankly, take care of their, when it's in their own neighborhood or their own backyard, that they have to ride home past their this lot every day, than if you ship them across the city. So I'd really be interested in seeing how a model like that could work. And, you know, I know that I have at least 2 areas where they're willing to step up, and I have confidence that they could bring the right tools to the table and the right people to the table to work closely with the city to do that. So, Mr. Chair, last but not least, I have some areas that are vast wastelands. I mean, I will tell you that, you know, there's some areas around the Opportunity Corridor that are just literally just wide open and nobody's there. So I'm just interested in making sure that, you know, we find that we stay on top of those too, because what those attract is a lot of dumping and unfortunately a lot of criminal activity. So even though they may look out of the way and even though they look like they're abandoned, people do travel back there, dump and do other nefarious activities. So I really hope that we don't ever adopt that shrinking city model where we just allow certain neighborhoods to be neglected. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
To that point, Mr. Chairman, to
Sure.
the council, we have picked up the Opportunity Corridor with our parks crews, and we will be servicing those this year. And we have began picking up dumping back there. You're absolutely right. We've had maybe 100 dump sites back there already that we have taken care of, and we will continue all season to get those up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cox.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Hairston?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions I do have. And before, just on the point through the chair, Councilman Griffin, just like he has over his ward, I think many of us has these very large open lots that are just massive and deep, right? Has the Public Works or even the community development have considered not on the small residential lots, but these massive lots like this that maybe line our main corridors or our secondary routes, looking at those decorative bollards with like some nice chain links or something to connect that can stop maybe the folks pulling to these very, very back areas of these lots and dumping or throwing tires off their trucks or so forth. Has that been an idea that's been discussed? Again, not for the one-off, you know, lots that are on the residential streets, but these massive lots that span several parcels that has these deep backs to them.
Well, we had at one time, and again, I go back. They were bollarding a lot of the lots.
Mm-hmm.
They did maintaining those bollards and making sure that they stayed up because people would remove them, break them down, tear them down to get back into the lots. I don't know if you remember, Councilman, but we had the wooden bollards. Yeah, we had the wooden bollards all over, and they would remove them, take them down, and then we'd have to get back and try to put them back, and they take them down again. It inhibits our tractors from getting in and out unless you've got, you know, opening in there. And when you got one opening, everybody goes in. So we have not looked into that again, to answer your question. No, sir, we have not, and through Public Works, looked into bollarding those.
And Councilman Hairston, I think that's a good item to add to our agenda as we look at this. So one of the best practices that we've seen out there in other cities that we started doing in the North and South Broadway neighborhood was putting up trees as kind of a decorative barrier that folks seem to be respecting that has helped cut back on dumping. So we worked with Western Reserve and Thriving Institute and had a number of tree initiatives that we were able to plant trees on lots, and it worked out pretty well. So I think we can put that on there. How do we stop the dumping, and how do we prevent some of that?
Good. I mean, absolutely. And I think that's a great idea, but really imploring CD and Public Works together, because these lots are up on the CD's purview. The Public Works just help maintains those. But putting that something that they really look into, and along with maybe even the development corporations, to find better ways to kind of stop the dumping there, but also maintain it in a way that typically hasn't been done. I will say I got my first dose of the tot lot down off 108th Street. I had a legacy resident who I was talking about, the MLK Park director, and they said, "What are you talking about, the tot lot?" And I'm sitting there looking like, what? I don't, tot lot, what is that? You don't know what the tot lot is? I don't know what the tot lot
That's
is.
what it is, a tot lot.
From the history that I don't recall, but that's one of them that I do
Yes,
not,
sir.
I do not recall. But nonetheless, one other point regarding trees that are whether they're dead trees or trees that have become so overgrown on some of these vacant lots. I know through Commissioner Green's office and Terry saying that we have addressed some of those issues when Public Works maybe have a tree. I know Todd Alexander has come out and has worked with, because he come to our ward meeting before with a former commissioner who was there and addressed with the CD about some of the overgrown massive trees that are maybe sitting in the center of a lot that is, the branches are just kind of all over the place. Has there been a greater discussion, or does this budget outline any additional funds or funds at all that deals with trees that has not been maintained on some of these vacant lots that maybe demolition has occurred on, that are now part of the city land bank?
I would defer to Commissioner Green about the budget.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. So we have an MOU with Parks also to address the tree issues, but those are on land bank and city-owned land. And so, I want to draw a distinction in the difference between the two. Land bank are lots that are taken in generally through tax lien sale, and then there's other city-owned land. And that city-owned land could be under CD jurisdiction or other department jurisdiction, but we will utilize funds to address those areas because that's what they're targeted towards. We do, when we address, well, let me say first, as I mentioned, there are over 16,000 land bank lots, and then there's the other city-owned real estate. We don't know with that magnitude of holdings what is going on all of the lots. So it really relies on neighborhood residents or council people or those who are out in the field, CDCs and others, to let us know what the conditions are. And then we will send out Todd Alexander, who is at Parks, works closely with us, and the director has a great crew to send people out and inspect the lots. But we also want to be cognizant of the city's tree plan. And I say that because there are some people who just don't like trees and want trees removed, and others, who want to purchase a lot and they want that tree removed so it's not an expense to them before they purchase the lot. So we want to make sure that there really is an issue there, and we will address the tree maintenance issue.
Sure, and I appreciate the response. And so absolutely, I agree, and I understand both points made. For example, we have this is something that I've addressed last year with Public Works, but with COVID, some of these were not able to be addressed immediately. They were trying to hang on with the late start of the seasonal employees and so forth. For example, at 112th in St. Clair, where the old YMCA once sat, that was demolished. Adjacent to that is a property between 112 and 114th, where you have this massive tree that is clearly dying, right? And that has not been maintained over a long period of time. That is a part of the city land bank, and really looking at the main corridors. I mean, the city Parks does a great job at assessing some of the trees or the falling limbs that happens in the residential lots, at least from my experience on the northeast side with the Humphrey station, but really putting a greater focus on some of these main streets as well, because again, that's the first thing that people see when they get off the highways, right? When they drive to the neighborhoods, when they're going to the stores, they see the main streets, and then they go inside of the neighborhoods as well. So for me, Public Works has done a good enough job of addressing those issues, but I really want us to focus on whether it's through this budget or whether it's through the general fund, of more dollars to address or kind of maintain or manicure, so to speak, some of these trees that are massive trees that sit in these vacant lots. Because using 112 as an example, you have 112 that was recently repaid. You have a brand new park commissioner director, at the old Forest Hill School site. But then when you get to the corner, you have this lot that has these trees that are just all over the place, right? That has not been maintained, that no shape to them, no nothing. So again, just looking at putting a greater focus on that. And so I will be working with both my CDCs for us and their staff to really maybe come up with a couple of lines that we believe can be helped through this process. So I'm glad to hear that did I hear that you say that we add any money to support those efforts, or is the budget maintained where it was from 2020 allocation? And is that in here? I'm looking for it, and I could not find
This is the CD budget, which is basically held harmless.
Yeah.
The general fund budget will come up next week for the public works.
Yep, I'm certain. So regarding the CDBG portion that is used for trees and lots, is there a line item in this budget that talks about that?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't know that there's a line item that shows in there. It is in the larger budget. As I mentioned, it's a separate MOU with the Division of Parks through Public Works. We fund it at an as needed basis. So we start with a fund of about $80,000. And as they go through those funds, we re-up them again. And that can either be with 75, 80, 135, depending on what that need is as we go through this.
So the larger portion of this, some come from block grant, and the larger portion comes from the general fund operation through Public Works.
Through the chair to the councilman, it is from CDBG.
Yes. CDBG, okay. All right. Okay, I knew that, but that's why I was trying to find in the book where that was. I think I've located it now. So that's all for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are through. Councilman Jones, you had your hand up for a comment.
Yeah, Mr. President, I would just like to, on the vacant lot, and I won't labor it long. I think a lot of my colleagues have really covered a lot of ground. But the question I would have is when the director comes back to the table, can he give us a snapshot of where all of these vacant lots are based on wards? How many wards have these vacant lots? Because I know that this issue doesn't hit every neighborhood in an equal basis. Some of our communities don't have the same kind of problems as what was eloquently laid out in terms of middle neighborhoods, where we're starting to see an emptying out in a lot of vacant lots on the east side.
So we'll put that request in.
Right, and getting that done. And then I would And then I would ask, lastly, Mr. Chairman, that this be a part of our reconciliations when we sit back as council and have our caucus discussions. Some of us are at a point where we don't want to wear the jacket of having to look bad as an elected official because these vacant lots are not getting cut, and our neighborhood is pounding us on these issues. So as an elected official, if we can't get these lots cleaned and cut in a timely fashion, it makes us look bad. It makes us look really horrible to our citizens that we can't get it done. So if we could talk about this in the caucus, this is a subject matter that needs to be talked about. It cannot and no longer be pushed to the side for next year. So we'll put this on our agenda. We have to get it right, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it. And I've done a lot of research on this, fundamental research on how we can improve the department and make it work better. Now, what I will say is that, and then I'll conclude, what I will say is that the system that's set up right now that the director has in place, if it's fully funded and has the right people running it, it can be an efficient and effective department, because I've been down there. But right now, there's nothing I'm hearing that's going to make this thing any better than what it was for the last 3 years.
Thank you, Councilman.
Why I'm recommending it for a reconciliation discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. We will take a break and come back at 1:30. If that works for you, Director.
Oh, yes, you want me back? Oh, you talking about Director CD?
I'm sorry. Director Cox, Mass has ended. Go in peace.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Wackers, I'm sorry.
1:30 works well, and we'll start up with land bank realization.
Okay, great.
Hopefully shortly after that.
Thank you. We will adjourn until 1:30.
Great.